Good evening, and welcome to tonight's Board of Commissioners meeting, this November 20th, 2025. I'm pleased tonight that we have Pastor Tim Locke with East Cobb Presbyterian Church. He will be providing our invocation. That will be followed by the pledge, which will be brought by firefighter Jake Rogers of Station 18, B Shift. For those of you who are willing and able, please stand for both our invocation and our pledge.
Please pray with me. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we heed tonight your instruction to your people as they were in exile in Babylon, a foreign land, as they were the minority in that situation, in that setting. And you urged them to pray for the welfare of their city and to pursue its fullest peace. May those words and those instructions to your people resonate with us tonight. There are no enemies here. There are citizens of a county, commissioners, civic leaders, who all have the same goal: to pursue the welfare of our city, to pursue its peace. May we be temperate. May we be straightforward. May we communicate clearly. May we hear each other. And may we rejoice together in Cobb County, one of the greatest counties in Georgia. Give our commissioners wisdom. Give us together a unified commitment to this county and its benefit. We ask all this in the name of our Savior, who came to bring shalom, came to bring peace as its author, as its sustainer. Minister to us tonight. Help us to encourage each other. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor, thank you for that powerful invocation, and Firefighter Rogers, thank you for leading us in the pledge this evening. Our meeting is now called to order. At the top of this meeting, we do have 3 presentations. The first presentation will be brought by Commissioner Gambrill with respect to a donation to Safe Path. For those of you who are here as a part of that presentation, I ask that you please join Commissioner Gambrill up front.
Thank you. And unfortunately, Safe Path had an issue come up and they will not be able to be here. But it is my great pleasure to thank all of the departments that helped participate in this year's Gambrill's Great Pumpkin Contest. With your votes and support, we raised $1,465.94 plus $75 from the Gambrill Great Pumpkin Auction for a total of $1,540.94. So now for the winners. The winning pumpkins this year, and when I call your department, please come up. Second place goes to Cobb Public Libraries. And in first place goes to our senior services. Great. And so the senior services raised a total of $550 for their pickleball pumpkin. And the Cobb Public Library raised $473.44 for their headless horseman. So again, thank you for participating.
Trophies up there. Gotcha, thanks.
All righty. Next up, we proudly recognize once again Walton High School, and this time for volleyball. For those of you who are here as a part of that presentation, please join Commissioner Burrell up front.
The Lady Walton Raiders. So, this is the 16th state championship for Walton Lady Raiders volleyball. And we have with us tonight this year's team for state champions. And it's a great looking crew, don't y'all think? So where's Coach Ashley? Oh, he looks like one of the students. Oh my gosh. I should have known you didn't have on a t-shirt. So I'm going to pass out the certificates and maybe you're going to help me. And I'm going to read one because they're all kind of the same, and then we'll hand them out, and then I want you to say a few words. Who's the team captain?
We have three.
We have three? You three?
Yeah.
Are you seniors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am. Okay. The first one is Ella Cobb. The Cobb County Board of Commissioners congratulates you on your exemplary performance this season, which helped the Walton Raiders secure the Georgia High School Association 6A State Volleyball Championship, marking the 16th state title in school history. This achievement was made possible through your skill and determination, combined with the leadership of head coach Ashley Jones. Winning the championship with a 3-1 match victory against the state's top-ranked team is a remarkable feat and a testament to your hard work and dedication. This is the 20th day of November, Cobb County Board of Commissioners. Okay, now, Ellie Christodora. Congratulations. Julia Allison.
She's also not here.
London Dix. Kelly Howard. Heidi Downs. Scarlett Holden.
She's not here.
Simone Searles. Congratulations.
Right here. Thank you.
Marissa McEachron. Close it off. Addison Jones. Addison Constable.
She's
Janie Myers.
they all have practice. Jeannie's in volleyball. Jeannie's in a different country.
Maya McCoy. Maya. So, we congratulate you.
Thank you, thank you. Grew up in Cobb County. This is my first year coaching back in Cobb County, and incredibly grateful and blessed to be part of the community. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. We will captain. So we're going to take a picture, and then the parents are welcome to come up and get in the picture too. Because I know they're proud folks here tonight.
All right, can you guys open your, it's a test. Yeah, there you go, hold them up. Perfect. That's good. All right, here we go. 3, 2, and I got you, thanks. All right, here we go. Parents. 3. Somebody's out of focus, sorry. There we go. Thanks. Decided the seal was a face.
Thank you, and last but not least, those of you who are here as a part of recognizing November as Native American Heritage Month, please meet me up front. It's an honor to have all of you here today, and I believe we were privileged to have Megan here during the first time that we honored you and recognized the Metro Atlanta Native American Organization. And it's a great privilege to be here and to share this proclamation with you and those who are viewing you here in this room and at home. Whereas the history, culture, and governance of our nation have been profoundly influenced and shaped by the sophisticated systems of law, diplomacy, and community established by the indigenous peoples of this land. And whereas the values and traditional teachings of indigenous Americans remain an integral part of the United States legacy, contributing to the freedom, prosperity, and shared strength of our nation. And whereas the enduring customs, the traditions, and resiliency of Native peoples continue to inspire future generations and serve as a lasting testament to your vital role in our history and the identity of this country. And whereas recognition of Native Americans and their contributions was first celebrated through Native American Awareness Week in 1976 and expanded by Congress and President George H.W. Bush in 1990, officially designating November as National American Indian Heritage Month, now commonly known and preferred as Native American Heritage Month. Now, therefore, we, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, proclaim November as Native American Heritage Month in Cobb County, and we encourage all of our citizens to honor this month through programs, ceremonies, and activities that celebrate the history, culture, and achievements of Native Americans. This is the 20th day of November, 2025. And just ask if you can share some words about your organization and a little bit about your history as well. Thank you. And please If everyone can introduce themselves, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is Megan Dickon, and this is my daughter, Elizabeth. So thank you so much, Commissioners, for recognizing Native American Heritage Month. We are grateful for this acknowledgement of our community. This month is a reminder that Native people are not only a part of the past, we are here today, contributing to the well-being, culture, and economy of Cobb County. Many people are surprised to learn how much Indigenous knowledge shaped this country. For example, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, one of the world's oldest participatory democracies, also commonly known as the Iroquois, directly influenced the framers of the U.S. Constitution. The Great Law of Peace offered ideas about federalism, unity among different nations, checks and balances, and the belief that leaders must serve with a good mind and a good heart. These principles helped form the foundation of the government we live under today and inspired the founders in their writing of the U.S. Constitution. Here in the Southeast, nations such as the Muskogee Creek, Cherokee, and Chickasaw cared for this land for thousands of years. Yet our history and our ongoing presence often go unseen. That's why proclamations like this matter. They help our youth feel pride in who they are. They help our neighbors understand that Indigenous history is Georgia's history. And they create space for recognition, respect, and connection. So thank you again, Commissioners, for honoring Native American Heritage Month this month of November and for seeing our community. We look forward to continuing to share our cultures and strengthen our relationships here in Cobb County.
Chwant, Askenihe Gathe Joseph Jordan, Disiseki, Dawis Dawis E, Gawachaga, Disney Skarue. Hello, my name is Joseph Jordan. I come from the Meher Nation up in North Carolina, and I'm also from the Snipe clan. I'm the founder of what's called the Metro Atlanta Native American Organization here in Atlanta area to bring community together, help teach culture, and teach our youth that are here that are a little bit away from our communities. And we have somebody else just came in. Tanya, come on up here and join us. This is another one of our members in our community and from my tribe. So I wanted to introduce her to come up here as well. So we teach in culture, and we're trying to help our youth, give them a place to learn how to do basket work, pottery, dancing, and a lot of other stuff. And you know, it's hard when you don't live inside of your community. So I'm gonna share a little bit of culture with y'all while y'all are here, because this will probably be the first time y'all ever have a part of it inside of the Cobb. So. Tonka shelaya, hey lo. Tonka shelaya, hey lo. Omakiaya, hey lo. Maka gintelo, ya hey ya o hey o. Omakiaya, hey lo. Omakiaya, hey lo. Maka gintelo, ya hey ya o hey ya.
Hi, I'm Wendy, and we are actually from New York, Onondaga Nation, Haudenosaunee, and the Eel Clan.
My name is Alyssa Jambro, and Wendy is my wonderful mother. I first want to thank her by just being the Haudenosaunee woman that I know and that I love with my whole heart. And I'd like to thank our family members and ancestors for continuing to teach us our traditions and our history, even if we are not in close proximity with them. And I'd like to thank everyone at the Metro Atlanta Native American Organization for being a very committed community member to the indigenous population in Georgia and in Metro Atlanta as well. and thank everyone today for being able to not only listen to our stories and our backgrounds, but being able to take something with you at the end of the day.
My name is Tanya Jordan, Twin Askinahe. I am a Heron from North Carolina, Snipe Clan. I'm honored to be here today with my fellow tribes folks, and so good to see everybody tonight. Okay, so I'm honored to be here.
All right, we're going to line up and take a picture. And you're going to be right. So you can show everybody that you.
Don't hide your face.
There you go. All right, here we go. 3, 2, and I gotcha.
Thank you for coming. Okay. That now takes us to the public hearing portion of this meeting, which we will cover a number of code amendments. This portion of our meeting will be led by our Community Development Director, Jessica Gwynn.
Good evening, everyone. Jessica Gwynn, Cobb County Community Development. This is our second public hearing for the 2025 Code Amendment Package. As you recall, we had our first public hearing last week on November 12th, and we also had a work session where the code amendments were presented to the Board of Commissioners on October 28th. This evening for the code amendment presentation, rather than going through the full presentation as we have twice already, we'll just hit the highlights of the things that have changed since the last public hearing. So tonight I'll only be going through the changes that have been made since the first public hearing, that first draft. So in Chapter 2, this is administration, and this piece was brought forward by our purchasing department. Just a couple of minor changes there, actually no changes there. So Section 2-141 as well as 2-142, both of those sections had no changes, so that is exactly as it was for the first public hearing. In Chapter 10, this is the animals chapter. We had no changes to Section 10-51 or 10-67. There was one change in 10-135. We've added subsection F, each violation of this article shall constitute a separate offense. So that's the only new language in this amendment. Chapter 18, this is the building regulations. We had 3 sections here that were being amended, the first being 18-28, no changes to that one. 18-301.1 regarding swimming pool contractors. There was some discussion about having a definition of spas in here. Given that this code section references earlier on that we do follow the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, rather than having a definition of spa in here, we've referred back to that code. So whatever the definition is in that international code then is by default our own definition. So we've added that language as defined by the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code. And then 18-361, again, no changes to that section pertaining to blasting. In Chapter 22, this is the cable and video service providers, state franchise holders. This is a new chapter, and there were no changes from the first public hearing. Chapter 50, so I'm only going to speak to one piece of Chapter 50. The rest of Chapter 50 is a part of the Water Department's amendments, and so Judy Jones will come up and speak to those a little bit later. So this amendment is just 50-258, enumeration of prohibited noises. No changes to this language pertaining to fireworks within 200 yards of equine facilities. Chapter 54, this is the fire prevention and protection chapter. We had several chapter sections that were being amended. However, most of the changes were pretty minor. In 54-51, life safety certificate of occupancy requirement, just some clarifying language there for community development agency. As we go down to 54-52, International Fire Code adopted, you see that there's been language added related to at what point or what to do whenever the International Fire Code does not address an issue. No changes to section 54-53, 54, 54.1, or 55. And 54-56, the definition in number 7 has been deleted as it was determined to be unnecessary at this point. Section 54-60, there was just some sequencing in the lettering that was corrected, just to clear that up. No changes to 54-92, 93, 94, or 95. All of those are just as they were for the first public hearing. Section 54-103, there was a previous addition to the language that said failing to obtain and submit proof of required annual fire alarm inspection. That's been removed as it wasn't appropriate in this particular section of code. 54-121, jurisdiction and appeals. There was an effective date and a state law reference there that were added in version 1. Both of those are no longer necessary, so those have also been removed. Chapter 86, I'm actually going to let Deputy Chief Ben Cohen come up and speak to Chapter 86 very briefly. And this is the offenses and miscellaneous provisions.
Good evening, Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager. After careful consideration and speaking with legal and doing a little bit of research, we are requesting to pull this so we can formulate a different plan and a different ordinance sometime in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, DC.
Okay, Chapter 102, solid waste recycling and residential collection. Again, this is a chapter where we had a number of changes, a number of sections being amended. There were not a whole lot of significant changes from the first public hearing draft. The first change is in section 102-5 definitions, removing the dwelling definition there. No changes to subsection 9, 10, 11, or 12. No changes to section 14, 16, 51, or 52. No changes to 53, 54, or 55, or 56. Sections 57, 58, 59, and 60 also remain as they were in the first public hearing. Sections 61, 62, and 64 remain unchanged. There is a change to section 102-65, required provision of residential elective offer of recycling service, to clarify that what acceptable recycled materials are at residential drop-off sites. No changes to section 67, 69, 70, or 71. Or 74, 75, 102, 70, oops, that was a duplicate there. Section 91, no changes. Section 92, there was a change here to clarify that recycling drop sites are for residential drop-offs only. No changes to section 96 or 98. No changes to 99 through 110 or 111. Section 102, 112, this pertains to the membership of Keep Cobb Beautiful Board, clarified representative composition for the board, including all of the municipalities. No changes to 113, no changes to 114, 115, 116, or 117, and no changes to 118 or 119. So those are all your changes for Chapter 102. Chapter 106, street sidewalk public places, we had two sections for amendment there, section 106-10 and 106-11. Both of those sections remain as they were for the first public hearing with no changes. Chapter 114, this is section 114-119. Again, no changes to this section. And at that point, we're going to have Judy Jones come up and talk through the changes that have been made to the amendments proposed by the Water Department.
Good evening, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and County Manager. The remainder of Chapter 50, we had no changes to the sections that are in it, 71, 106, 110, 111. Also no changes to 112, 130, or 143. Chapter 83, we didn't have any changes to this chapter. Chapter 110. Also, no changes to the two sections in this chapter. Chapter 122, we did have some changes, but no changes in 122.57, 84, or 89. In section 122, 126, wastewater lift stations, in B4, we did add that private lift stations serving more than one multifamily residential property may be considered. That for clarification, the water system considers multifamily residential as commercial, as they're typically billed commercial for water and sewer, but we recognize that doesn't mean that to everyone, so we wanted to make sure that that was understood in this. In B4A, we added that the viable entity responsible for the private lift station cannot be a homeowners association. In B4H, we added that provides multifamily residential properties with private lift stations shall be properties with rental dwelling units, example apartments, rather than fee simple dwelling units with individual ownership like condominiums. And in number 5, we changed residential property to single family residential property. There was no change to 122.130. No change to 152. No change, 152. In 122.188 interceptors, we corrected a typo, changing walk stations to workstations. We added a definition for remodeling. And in C4B and C5BI, we added increasing day and or hours of operation as something that could cause capacity of interceptors to be increased. In the stormwater management, Article 3, Chapter 122.301, we added a definition for bond resolution, and we revised the definition of stormwater service fees. In Section 122.302, in C Findings 12, we added in accordance with this article. In 122.303, we added within the county water system in accordance with this article in the first sentence. In 122.304, B1, we provided further specificity on the maintenance of stormwater infrastructure on residential property. In 122.305, we changed governing county water or stormwater system bond resolution to just governing bond resolution. There were no changes to 122.311, 312, or 313. And there are no changes to 122.314, 122.315. We added that customers, in addition to property owners, can apply for a fee credit. And in 122-316 in appeals, we changed the time an applicant has to appeal the director's decision to the Board of Commissioners from 15 days to 30 days.
And that concludes our presentation for this evening. So, Chairwoman, we would ask that you open the public hearing, and then after that, we can take any questions and have board consideration of the amendments.
Thank you. What we will do is have a public hearing open up for members of the public to provide feedback for any of the code amendments. You'll have up to 3 minutes, and we'll take an unlimited number of speakers and just ask that your remarks pertain to the code amendments and not beyond that. We will take our first speaker at this time. And for those of you who are not familiar with our process, please help in stating your name prior to your remarks, and note that there is a timer up on the podium for you to keep track of your 3 minutes.
Okay, I am Sabrina Mao. I am in East Cobb. I moved here in 1983, so I've been a long resident of this county. And the stormwater rain tax issue has been brought to the BOC by the BOC here several times, but each time it was all the residents were against it. So I was kind of disappointed to see that it's being brought back again. The stormwater problem did not appear out of nowhere. They were caused they're not caused by the family who lived here. this issue was the direct result of the poor planning and inadequate engineering by the developer. When they built the subdivision, they did it without proper stormwater control, inadequate long-term design consideration, and their shortcuts and failure created the problem, the flooding, the infrastructure straining, and the erosion problems. And, our county has been faced with this struggle for quite some time. And so it is the developer and not the taxpayer, who causes this problem. So the financial burden to fix it, should be placed upon the developer and not on the taxpayer. So it is quite unfair for the county to try to impose the new ring tax on homeowners, especially those homeowners who had not been affected by the stormwater issue or, did not even live near all these problems. So the BOC should pursue accountability towards those who caused the problem and those the developer. So I think it's very unfair for the county try to impose $4.75, to the residents. They had nothing to do with it. And you say it's not a tax, but everybody has to pay for it. And I don't know what else you call that. So it's very unfair. I think the responsibility of fixing it into reconstruction or whatever should be placed back on the developer. And you know who developed those subdivisions, and they should care, take all the full responsibility of fixing the problem rather than for us taxpayers who had nothing to do with this problem.
Thank you. Sir, you may begin.
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome. I am here representing East Cobb Civic Association. ECCA submitted its recommendations in writing to the BOC on stormwater management as a utility. ECCA has some major concerns about how the creation of this stormwater utility solves any of Cobb County's current and future stormwater problems. What we see is the county asking for additional money for county stormwater infrastructure after years of failing to maintain this system. The transferring of water system funds, which included monies for stormwater over many years, has added to this problem, and by how much, we will never know. Nor does this proposed code prevent this from happening again, allowing the pledging of stormwater revenue streams for bonds for the water system. Where is the master plan for controlling stormwater runoff and mitigating flooding in Cobb County, not just for those entities that have detention ponds or pipes maintained by Cobb County today? Now the county is going to make private individuals who may have inherited these problems pay. Declaring privately owned stormwater facilities as a nuisance can and will lead to legal actions against many Cobb County citizens and legal costs for the county. In addition, HOAs are to be assessed as a business. This is after, in many cases, HOAs spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on dredging lakes that are collecting sedimentation from upstream. Where is the fairness in this? Declaring improperly maintained private stormwater facilities a nuisance needs to be reconsidered. Although the county says it cannot legally help maintain stormwater infrastructure on private property, Stormwater Management is now proposing to spend county money to give away riprap, along with extending some piping to private residents that need it. In addition, it is proposed that funds be transferred to the DOT for work they currently do in the right-of-way and is in their budget. It is now 18 months since these code amendments were held the first time. A lot of the same issues remain unaddressed and new ones have been added. ECCA recommends holding Section 50, 83, 110, 122 of the code, saddling current and future homeowners with major stormwater expenses while only concentrating on Cobb County public infrastructure with no master plan for public-private coordination other than punishment if you cannot maintain your private infrastructure, as well as giving away stormwater funds to certain groups is not the answer. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Strevens, and I'm here with a notice to cease and desist maladministration of people's inherent rights. I had emailed this to you last week. Notice to agent is notice to principal, and notice to principal is notice to agent. I, Susan Strevens, one of the people as seen in the 51 Constitution's Republican informed sui juris, do present this notice that you provide immediate due care by necessity to those with all political power, the people. Please take notice in March 2024, notice to address proposing stormwater fee on private property was sent by email, and copies of the notice were served at 2 separate Cobb County board meetings. The people fervently spoke against the proposal at both the community district as well as the Cobb County board meetings. The stormwater fee item was removed from the agenda and tabled. And as a courtesy, I'm informing you that government servants are in maladministration and can be held individually liable for unofficial acts. Maladministration, bad management of public affairs, vicious or defective conduct in administration, or the performance of official duties, particularly of executive and ministerial duties prescribed by law, as maladministration of a king or chief magistrate. That's from Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary. Trump versus United States, 603 U.S. 593. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Please take notice. Corporations are in commerce and may be taxed and pay fees. The people are not. Where the Constitution is the expressly granted authority to tax and charge fees against the people's inherent rights. Georgia State Constitution, Article 9, Section 4, text of paragraph 1, power of taxation, B1. County governing authorities may be authorized by local law to levy and collect business and occupational license taxes and fees only in the unincorporated areas of the counties. Maximum law, where there's no authority for establishing a rule, there's no necessity of obeying it. Maximum law, a repugnant act cannot be brought into being and cannot be made effectual. Maximum law, the government cannot load a citizen with imposition against his will or consent. Final notice,
Stevenson, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Sorry. For our next speaker, there's a gentleman who's been down here. You might not have seen him crouching, so I will acknowledge you as our next speaker, if that's why you're down here. To the gentleman who's on, are you waiting in line? There's a lot of us waiting in line. Okay, I just saw you crouch there and I saw you walk up, so I don't know if you intended to be the next speaker. Okay, just want to make sure you're
I'm not even going
acknowledged.
to take anywhere near
You're
my
fine
3
if you do.
minutes.
You have 3 minutes, though.
Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Yes.
This is actually my first time attending one of these meetings.
It's
and
okay.
I came
And
tonight
state your
because-
name for the
Oh, I'm
record first.
sorry.
That's
My name
okay.
is Lynn Marmelstein. I live in East Cobb. And I really came because I want to understand this. I want to just tell you about what happened to me. I have a subdivision, and in the back of my subdivision where we live, there was, at the end of the road, a stormwater drain was never put in. And the county signed off on that development. Okay? So all the water from that street comes rushing into 4 or 5 of our homes' backyards. I called stormwater management, okay? I called them many years ago. I told them about this problem. And they said to me, nothing we can do about it. Okay? I have spent, and I'm not kidding you, I will show you the bill. It cost me $17,000 to put a dry bed in the back of my property. So for you to come now to tell me that I'm going to pay a tax, okay, when nobody was there to help me, I have to tell you, it aggravates me beyond what I can say right here. And I feel just, I feel like we don't matter, okay? In my opinion, whoever built that subdivision, whoever it was that signed off on that, they should never have signed off on it. They should have done their job correctly, because we have all, I mean, when I talk about water in a basement, okay, not once, not twice, 3 times. Okay, and I'm not even talking about those repairs. All right, guys? I mean, really? They should take responsibility for what those developers are at fault. I realize many of them are no longer to be found, but why should we be wrestled with this? That was a lot of money. That was money out of my savings, okay, that I had to take and use so that I could save my land, so that I wouldn't end up going into my house anymore. That's all I want to say.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, officers, Mayor. You all know me. I'm Dr. John Morgan, retired educator and dean, and I'm going to talk on a different topic. I'm Cobb resident for past 40 plus years, a homeless, unhoused volunteer about half that time. And I've connected with most of y'all enough to realize that we have the finest leadership, bond rating, and so forth here, plus law enforcement, charities, behavioral health and wellness clinics, hospitals, EV, bar none in the entire state, and I'm really proud. Thank you. Doing much in times of need, like shifting millions around to feed the hungry, and thank you for that. And essentially, we're heading in the right direction on this, and I think most issues. And I'm glad to say that Section 86 was pulled, but under further consideration, I'd like to address that, because I was a bit concerned in the wording, and it'll be dealt with now, on, unhoused, sleeping, residing, storing personal property in any county-owned streets, public parks, or any other public property without written permission. I can understand where that's headed, but the problem is, where else can they stay? That's the big problem. There's no place. Everything is full. And I just concern myself. I'm concerned about setting up a basis for criminalizing these folks for being, and in non-compliance, of course. About 90% of these folks, I've found, prefer to be like you and me, tax-paying citizens owning homes with jobs and all. They don't want to be there. Or you say, well, move them out of sight. And that happens. That is happening most of the time. But where do they go? Mostly on foot. Well, I'm sure we could check with our adjacent counties, Douglas, Fulton, Cherokee, Paulding, and so forth, who love us for shoving our problems into their jurisdictions. And that's really what happens. Well, I really feel that we are capable of much better than this. And I've sent y'all a viable answer for this sudden humanitarian crisis. It's instant prefab, put in place in a day or two, a supplemental stopgap with wraparound services until we can figure out our UDC
Sir, I'm sorry, you're
more accessible.
You're 3 minutes up, sorry. No, sir, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sir, thank you, please. Ask that you honor the time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Becky Smith, and I apologize for not attending the meeting last week, but I was having surgery. And frankly, I'd rather be at home recovering right now instead of standing here speaking about stormwater again. As a refresher, I was one of the homes badly hit by the September 2021 flood. A 5-foot diameter pipe, 200 feet long, is buried under my backyard. It spans 3 properties with my home in the middle, and there's no access to it from my property. The flash flood destroyed the first 40 feet of that culvert and washed away all of the dirt, keeping it buried. Stormwater management laughed at me when I brought it to their attention, stating that the plat for my home indicates an easement but doesn't say pipe. They refused to lift a finger to help me, hiding behind a fake policy. Only after the flood and because of people like me do you not want to make this an official policy. My neighbors and I paid $96,000 to replace the broken culvert pipe, and I now have a new sinkhole in my backyard where the replacement pipe was installed. It'll be another $20,000 to fix that. It never ends. I cannot stress that flood insurance does not cover this. This is all out of pocket. And trying to find a qualified person who can do all these repairs is next to impossible. And every company that came out to give us quotes all said the same thing. Why isn't the county taking care of this? And that is the million-dollar question. Why does Cobb County think it's okay to make homeowners responsible for these repairs? Why do you think anyone would want to continue to live in this county if they are forced to take ownership of these repairs? Why would anyone want to move here? I agree something needs to be done, and you've had 4 years to go out and survey all of the unmarked culverts and chose not to. And instead of doing what is right, you're choosing to do what is politically convenient, and homeowners are left with the choice between making 6-figure repairs or getting a lien on their property, and I'm just not willing to accept that. And again, I ask you to table this code amendment until you have a real solution that actually addresses this older infrastructure and protects your constituents from further ruin. Thank you.
My name is Orion Smith. You just heard from my wife, so you know my story. I actually believe in the idea of paying taxes in exchange for public services. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I've always believed that a well-funded, well-run government would do right by its community and make a meaningful difference in the lives of its citizens. But well-run is the key component of that belief. A government that levies taxes without delivering public services in return.
I'm going to interrupt you and just ask for those in the audience not to interrupt our speakers. It's not appropriate. When they have the microphone, you are to honor them and allow them to speak without hearing you. If you can't do that, you could step outside. Sorry, sir. You may continue. We stopped the clock.
Thank you.
Yes.
A government that levies taxes without delivering public services in return is simply extorting its constituents. This code amendment is intended to raise the funds needed to repair the current broken stormwater infrastructure, funds that this commission had already appropriated but then reallocated to the general fund for other projects. What assurances do we have that they won't do that again? But the real problem with this code amendment is that it fails to address the core problem here, that Cobb County has woefully incomplete records of its stormwater infrastructure and refuses to even consider making repairs to any infrastructure not found in its spotty records. Our repairs cost us $96,000. Do you know what $96,000 buys you? A shady contractor who does substandard work and then bails on the last 10% of the job. If Cobb County had hired him, I don't think he would do that to them. But he could do it to me. So now 4 years later, another sinkhole is forming where the creek water leaks out of the joint in the new pipe and washes away the soil beneath it. That's costing us another $20,000 to fix. And it will likely need to be patched every 5 years or so, in perpetuity. So, if a $5 tax would get Cobb County to conduct a detailed survey of their stormwater infrastructure and begin to take ownership of it, I would be its biggest cheerleader. I would pay $10 a month and be thankful that no homeowner will ever again experience what my wife and I did. But I have no faith that Cobb County will ever take accountability for this and do the right thing. My wife and I are listing our house as soon as these repairs are complete, and we are leaving Cobb County forever. Thank you.
Commissioners, County Manager, I speak today to express my firm
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead and state your name first.
I'm sorry,
That's
Richard
okay.
Enzinger.
Richard Enzinger, thank you.
I speak today to express my firm opposition to the proposed stormwater fee, an unnecessary rain tax disguised as a solution. This amendment is not a plan. It is a cost-shifting scheme. It pushes responsibilities onto residents, churches, schools, neighborhoods, while the county increases revenues and avoids accountability. It offers no direct benefit to stormwater-affected properties. On the county-developed retention and detention ponds built by the county itself, we're left without maintenance, repairs, or dredging. The county walks away and the citizens are left holding the bag. Stormwater maintenance is the county's responsibility, yet instead of fulfilling that duty, you want to collect additional fees and shift the burden onto private property owners. Let's be clear, Cobb already transfers 5% of water system revenue into the general fund. That's about $20 to $25 million in fiscal year 2025. By law, you can transfer up to 10%. That's $40 to $50 million. The money exists, the resources exist. What's missing is accountability. This proposal would force citizens to shoulder tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands in unexpected repairs or face liens against their homes. We said no to this once before. Tonight we say it again. No additional stormwater tax. Thank you.
Hillwright, the county threw away critical stormwater records in 1985, and today it relies on plats that often don't include accurate as-built drawings. Because of that, the county has wrongly declared some pipes private, even when the courthouse documents show the county actually took ownership. That burden of proof should never fall on the citizens. This rain tax has no plan, no inventory, and no public process. It is not ready for prime time. It's a backroom money grab that shifts massive cost onto residents, churches, and schools, while the county still cannot tell us what infrastructure it owns or what condition it's in. And here's the truth. The law requires that the county to have a comprehensive stormwater plan, a complete inventory, and a long-term capital plan before proposing any fee. Note that none of that exists. The county hasn't finished determining what is public and what is private. Its own MPDES filings show gaps and possible non-compliance, and the $475 fee is not backed by engineering or data. Until the county does the work the law demands, this proposal is reckless and irresponsible. And now it comes down to one person, Commissioner Eric Allen. He must choose whether to stand with the citizens of Cobb County or to stand with Chair Cupid and let this become known as the Eric Allen rain tax. The Eric Allen rain tax. That's what it will be known as. If you vote for this, this
Please,
is not ready.
ask that you direct your comments to the chair. not
Chair,
to-
this will be known as the Eric Allen rain tax. That's what it will be known as. And Chair, we the citizens are not going to forget that Eric Allen voted for this. We won't. I promise you that. So it's time to decide whether you're going to protect the citizens of Cobb County from this horrible plan, a plan that doesn't protect the citizens of Cobb County, a plan that's nothing more than a money grab, or you're going to stand with something that's being pushed on us, rammed down our throats, whether we want it or not. I hope you vote no, Mr. Allen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mary Madeline Wilson. I had not planned to speak tonight. I really came just to hear about the issue. But after people spoke, I remembered a memory that I would like to relate that applies to this directly. In 1990, I met a lovely banker at Cobb Federal, which of course doesn't exist anymore. She was telling me a story about what she was suffering as a result of Cobb County's failure to manage the developer of an apartment complex that was granted on Cunningham Road next to their property, next to her home. In a flood, the pipe, which had been broken by the developer, allowed rainwater to come on their property and knock their carport down. Her husband ended up having a heart attack. The stress of all that was just so much for them to bear. She would leave work whenever it rained and go home to Cunningham, from Cobb Federal to Cunningham Road, to climb into the storm drain to pull limbs and debris that would get caught on the broken pipe that was never repaired, so that it would not flood their property and her husband could live. Sadly, on one of the times that it rained, she ran home to pull the debris out of that storm drain on her property, and her jacket got caught on the broken pipe, and she drowned. That, to me, falls on the commission that granted the developer to develop that property, and whoever oversees the development and knew that that pipe had broken and did not make them go in and take it out and put in a new pipe. I mean, they should have been held liable. There was something in the Marietta Daily Journal about it, but nobody was held to account. But that was a beautiful young lady, a beautiful banker that I met in 1990. She can't tell the story today, so I wanted to tell it for her. Thank you.
My name is James Rossick. I recommend you table this for a while. Punt. A punt's bad, but a fumble's worse, and that's what's coming. I'm the one that sent you the email this afternoon. I'm sorry it was late, but there's a lot of information there I think that you need to consider. First off, the video, Madam Chairwoman, that you made yesterday laid the blame on 7,000 properties that are served by Marietta Water. That is not a justification for a stormwater utility. You're going to have to do better than that. And this $4.75 residential fee, that's entirely arbitrary. Where did you come up with this number? You pulled it out of thin air. Where's your data? Where's your analysis? I'm asking you that because we don't have an inventory. We don't, and that shows up in the NPDES permit. I'm going to call Georgia EPD and ask them to re-review the permit. I hope they come down on us hard. I really do. We're not in full compliance with it. I was a critic of our utilities director, and I'm not now anymore. I know what's going on. You're giving her too much work to do. She can't do it. We need to bring in someone that understands utilities. It's her job to keep us all alive by making sure we have clean water and an adequate supply. For a stormwater program to be successful, we're going to have to bring someone else in. I want to bring it to your attention, Cobb County Code Section 50-104, Watershed Management Plan, which does not exist. You said in your video there's a comprehensive stormwater plan. No, there is not. It does not exist. You're the one putting misinformation out there, madam. Right. Stop. The manager shall submit for review and approval by resolution of the board commissioners a plan for a comprehensive stormwater program to address the management of stormwater quality and quantity. Again, that does not exist. The watershed plan shall identify potential sites for regional stormwater management and/or flood control facilities during the ensuing 15-year capital improvements plan. We don't have one. If we got one, let's see it. And again, I want to know more about this corrective actions letter that was issued by Georgia EPD in January 2024. You know, in one point in there it said, the process of assigning jurisdiction to the current inventory is a difficult task and anticipated to take several years. Have you made any progress on this? It's a really lousy excuse. That's embarrassing to say something like that to Georgia EPD. This is a federal program. Do you really want the state to come down on us? Maybe even the EPA? Do your homework and come back when we're ready.
Good evening, Commissioners. Debbie Fisher, East Cobb. This seems kind of like a do-over. For years, my neighborhood petitioned the Cobb Commissioners to actually create a stormwater utility. And why is that? The neighborhood I live in stores 2,300 acres worth of runoff coming from Sweat Mountain all the way down to Lock Highland. In the last 14 years, Lock Highland has spent $1.6 million dredging our lakes. If we lived a mile down the road towards Highway 92, Roswell, the city of Roswell, would have assisted us with 50% of that dredging cost through their responsible stormwater utility. Responsible. Putting liens on people's homes, telling homeowners they have to pay for their own infrastructure. There's very few jobs that the county actually is supposed to do. One power you're given is taxation. But for that taxation, we as the taxpayers are supposed to get something back for it, not to pay you more. And I can just say that I used to be in support of a stormwater utility to assist private property owners, like all these people that have spoken tonight. Some of their stories are heartbreaking. They're heartbreaking. And I have to say, the last time around, 2 years ago, when you, Madam Chair, and Judy went around doing town hall meetings, you haven't changed the story. We still don't have the plan. We still don't have the number of miles of corrugated piping, of sewer pipes, of water pipes that are in our inventory. You don't even know what kind of money you need. You're just going to charge us and then apply it. That isn't the way it's supposed to work. That absolutely, this is not ready for prime time. And I also ask you to table this until Cobb County can be responsible. And I'm happy to assist you. Believe it or not, I actually know quite a bit about stormwater. And I can show you what a responsible stormwater utility is, and I ask you to table it.
Sorry, your time's gone.
Good evening, Denny Wilson. I think it was Ronald Reagan who said that the 9 most terrifying words in the English language was, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Many of us do not disagree that we have a crumbling stormwater infrastructure and the need to address it. In particular, I think what you guys need to do is you need to map the entire system first. Then you need to identify the repair priorities and estimated cost. And that way you can develop a plan for future development and system improvements. Then you put a long-range plan in place and figure out the funding that would justify the fee structure. Raising money before you know what the actual cost would be is not fiscally responsible. Part of the need to map and draft this existing system first is to make sure that every property owner that has stormwater infrastructure on their land that they are financially responsible for if it fails should already know this. Right now, people have failing infrastructure on their properties that they don't even know they're responsible for. And you should also do it with all future buyers. They should know this as well. You can probably make that a property listing requirement. HOA should also know what their future and current liabilities pertaining to stormwater will be. I spent a lot of time on this week, and I have to give a shout out to Judy Jones, the water director, because she answered every email I sent her. She answered every phone call I made to her, because I'm trying to figure out why are we back here and we haven't done any research to find out how much money that's actually needed. You guys went from $4.25 scale to $12 and something. Now you're back at $4.75. So how do we know that $4.75 in the next year, with it being a fee, because you can raise it when you get ready, how do we know that $4.75 next year won't turn out to be $8.50 in the next year and the next year? And again, as many people here have said, give us the layout, give us the plans. Table it tonight and then go do the plan and come back. I mean, make people believe you, make them believe in you. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be a stormwater fee. What I'm saying is we should be told what that fee will incur. And right now, we just don't know. I mean, we don't know, and you haven't given us any document.
Your time is up.
Hi there. I'm going to speak on a different subject, if that's okay. My name is Lisa Powell Huberty, and I'm a resident of Marietta in District 3. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening and would like to thank the board and Director Hammond for the proposed changes to Section 10-135. Unfortunately, over the past few years, government-operated shelters across the state, including Cobb County, have experienced dramatic increase in shelter intakes, and this has caused hardships on animal services for an extended period of time without relief. Director Hammond and his staff have worked tirelessly to manage this crisis, and we had sent you guys a presentation back in May with a lot of data and detail on this. As recognized by our state legislators and the board, transient outdoor pet sales that take place in parking lots or roadsides, for example, are a considerable factor in this problem due to a lack of regulation or oversight. The passage of the state law, which took effect in July, along with the passage of ordinances in 16 localities to date and counting, provides local jurisdictions with the tools and means to deal with these illegal pet sales. The 7 Georgia County precedents are Douglas, Walton, DeKalb, Fulton, Hall, Athens, Clark, and Forsyth, and the 9 Georgia city precedents are Douglasville, Chamblee, Doraville, Brookhaven, Dunwoody, Johns Creek, Roswell, Gainesville, and Royston. I just want to thank you for your time and your dedication to our county. And please vote yes on these important code changes. And my fellow constituent Ann Lewis and her lovely daughters would also like to share their thoughts on this matter. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ann Lewis, and I live in Kennesaw. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening and would certainly like to thank the board and Director Hammond for the proposed code changes to Section 10-135. I would like to follow up on Lisa's comments and talk about why the new state law was passed. The new state law protects consumers from buying sick, genetically defective, or misrepresented animals. It protects animals by deterring illicit breeders who raise animals in neglectful environments. It protects legal breeders who follow responsible practices. It helps reduce the economic burden on taxpayers for animal control services and overcrowded shelters. And it prevents illicit pet sellers for simply crossing jurisdictional lines to evade local laws. And lastly, it alleviates the need to determine violations of business and breeder licensing laws in the field. It's advantageous for local governments to adopt an ordinance prohibiting the same illegal conduct in accordance with the new state law for several reasons. It expands enforcement options for local jurisdictions. Law enforcement will then have the discretion to either warn or cite under local code or arrest under state-level charges. In addition, non-POST certified government employees, for example, animal control and code enforcement officers, will then be authorized to initiate charges under the local code. So with that, I would like to thank you for all you do for Cobb County, and please vote yes on these important code changes to Section 10-135. And with that, my 2 daughters, Hadley and Ellie Lewis, just would like to say a few words, if that's okay. So I'm going to move the microphone down. They're not as tall as me. Come on. Come on up, Ellie. Okay, is that good? Okay.
Hi, can you tell me your name?
Hi, my name is Ellie Lewis, and I'm 9 years old, and I live in Kennesaw, Georgia. And I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak today and for considering the important code changes to Section 10-135. I have seen first-hand puppies being sold out of a trunk of a car in a busy shopping center parking lot. And I would love to see the county I live in, Cobb County, support these important changes to protect animals and people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Hadley Lewis, Ellie's twin sister, and I'm also 9 years old, and I live in Kennesaw, Georgia. I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak today and for considering the important code changes to Section 10-135. World Kindness Day is this month, and its purpose is to promote kindness and compassion. People celebrate this day by performing good deeds, and my good deed is being here and asking you to kindly pass these important code changes to protect animals and people. Thank you.
Great job, Mom.
That's a hard one to follow. So my name is Clay Fierno. I live at 4600 Lake Drive in Ackworth. I'm going to talk a little bit about lift stations. And good evening, Chairwoman and Commissioners. I'm here to express my full support for the subject changes to the Cobb County Code Section 122 through 126, the wastewater lift station. I live in the northwest quarter of Cobb County near Lake Allatoona. These subject changes to the code align perfectly with the Cobb County policy document, Northwest Land Vulnerability Analysis, that took place in 2014. This policy document was developed to protect Lake Allatoona and the surrounding watershed while guiding development. In the document summary, it states it's the importance of protecting Lake Allatoona. It also establishes specific area policy guidance for the Northwest Corridor. The proposed code amendment does not prevent commercial property owners from utilizing lift stations in the corridor as long as they can flow by gravity. One of the specific areas, Area 5, of that document describes an environmentally sensitive area next to Lake Allatoona. In 2018, this area was planned for high-density development. For this development to take place, it required large privately owned lift stations placed along the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer property adjoining Lake Allatoona. Fortunately, Cobb County denied those two private lift stations, and the high-density development was put on hold. I'm not against development at all, and this area is zoned for residential. What I'm against are the lift stations being put in a environmentally sensitive area. However, pressure is being applied once again to move this high-density development forward with the lift stations that would go into this environmentally sensitive area. The new code language will strengthen the intent of protecting the sensitive environmental watershed and Lake Allatoona in the Northwest Corridor. In 2014, the Cobb Board of Commissioners voted and approved the Northwest Cobb Vulnerability Analysis Policy document supporting the county's 2030 plan. Chairwoman Cupid and Commissioner Burl were both two of the commissioners that voted on the board to approve this
Sir,
document.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Alicia Adams. And I recall back in 2023, Commissioner Cupid, you gave an absolutely spectacular State of the County address to the Chamber of Commerce. You painted a picture of Cobb County that made it feel like we rivaled the Garden of Eden. And you said that we had not raised our property tax rates in years. But with a little sleight of hand, you didn't tell anyone, oh, but we've gone up on the unrealized capital gains every year for, what, 6, 7 years? And then the water rates are the lowest in the Atlanta area. But no mention that we were in the process, a very ferocious attempt to implement stormwater fees. That was not mentioned in the State of the County address.
But when I spoke with Judy Jones, we had a great conversation, as a matter of fact, at one of the meetings. She expressed how dire the situation was, and that not only did we need to implement the stormwater increase, we also needed to increase our water rates. So that was only like 2 months after the State of the County address. So is that, again, another magic act, another trick to ask for more money? You've stated that our infrastructure is dire, and the people of Cobb County let you know, we don't want that. We want you to fix it. It's part of our water rate. So what's been done since then? 2023. You've been on the council, you've been on the commissioners for almost half of the years that there's been any kind of diversion. You've been at the helm now for 5 years. What have we done to address this? Money is not the issue. It's lack of planning. It's a fiduciary responsibility that you have to take care of our water treatment. And it's not being done. In 5 years of leadership, a fiduciary responsibility is being ignored. And you as the Board of Commissioners, what do you oversee? You oversee the developers, the developments, ensuring that all of the coding is appropriate. So why should the homeowners be left holding the bag? I'm going to ask you to table this until we come up with a plausible solution other than taking more money out of our pockets. We need real solutions that should have been implemented by the time your administration started. You've got 3 years. Let's see what you can do without raising our taxes. We're already in perilous times.
Ma'am, your time's up.
Hello, my name is Kathy Slough. I'm a homeowner for 21 years in Marietta in Cobb County. I think that wonderful family left, but I am so glad I came here because that is how I was raised, to share our concerns, and I applaud that family. I am against the proposed rain tax, stormwater tax, whatever you want to call it. I was going to read something, but I'll just share. I am in a HOA, and I got a call at midnight because I have been there for a while, and the water was up past the knees in several of our condos that are in a floodplain along a creek that should have never been risen because it was never cleaned out and it involved pipes. That's nothing compared to what some of these people have experienced. Somebody lost a car. Now the people that were knocking on doors for mature people like us, making sure we were all safe. Every time it rains, I get a call, which is fine because we're here to help each other. Okay, the stormwater is already part of the water department, so we already pay them. Plus, that 4% water transfer goes into the general fund. There's no plan, okay? People have horrendous stories. We don't need this now. I asked you to vote no to table this, and I sent an email here a couple days ago. 3 out of 5 of you all responded. And I'm watching what you're doing, Eric, because I'm in your district. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tom Foster. I live at 4480 Old Grogan Road, Ackworth, bordering Lake Allatoona, our drinking water reservoir. I am a degreed mechanical engineer, and I've worked with Cobb County technicians that maintain lift stations in the county for over 40 years. I have also worked in the water and wastewater treatment industry for over 60 years. Lift stations fail on a regular basis. A lot of the failures are not reported because when they fail and sewage spills are involved, there's fines that are imposed by the EPA. They fail on a regular basis because most people think their toilet is a trash can. And they have no problem flushing diapers, wipes, sanitary napkins, cigarette butts, oils, grease, construction debris, etc. When that trash ends up at a lift station, it causes the pumps to fail and causes the lift station to fail. Lift stations are unmanned. There's no personnel permanently on board at lift stations. So when failures occur, the alarms are communicated through what's called a SCADA system. And technicians are deployed to take care of the failure. Sometimes that can take hours. And depending on the degree of repair needed, it can take days. Cobb County stopped allowing new lift stations years ago because they no longer have
Sir, I'm sorry,
experience.
your time's up.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up, sir, but thank you. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Ragsdale, and I've lived in Cobb County for 57 years, 38 of those years adjoining Lake Altoona. And I'm here tonight to say that I'm opposed to lift stations. We live in an environmentally sensitive area, and the protection that we support was described in the Northwest Land Vulnerability Analysis adopted in the summer of 2014. That was after 3 public meetings, and it was approved, as was mentioned earlier, unanimously by the board. 2 of y'all voted for that. It would be a severe blow to the county, I feel like, to overturn longstanding county policies that protect the Lake Altoona area, because that's where our drinking water comes from. I don't want lift stations failing and pouring sewage into our lake. The protection of the lake should be of the utmost importance. I consider a lift station a problem anywhere in the county, but I'm particularly opposed to them around Lake Altoona. There seems to be an abundance of information, as Tom just mentioned, regarding lift station failures. We can't afford to have these stations failing and polluting the drinking water. If you allow the stations anywhere in the county, it's going to set a precedent. And once the precedent's been set, we can't keep them away from the lake. So please, please vote to protect our drinking water. It may come at the price of a little bit less development, but our drinking water should be the most important thing. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Matt Yarbrough. I reside at 1158 Chestnut Hill Circle in the city of Marietta. I also am here representing today. I serve as the Director of Policy and Government Affairs with the Council for Quality Growth. I had originally drafted remarks, and that feels very formal because I know this has been an ongoing conversation with the commission for some time as we've been working through these code amendments. So I thought I would just speak from a little bit of personal experience as someone who lives in the community and watching the community grow. I obviously, as a City of Marietta resident, will not pay the stormwater utility, as will be the case of most of the city residents across this county. But someone that I do care very deeply about, my grandmother, who is 84. She lives at the bottom of a hill in a little neighborhood called Hidden Hollow in East Cobb. She is the recipient of all stormwater for her neighborhood. She catches every last drop that hits Hidden Hollow and Robinson Road and flows downward. And like many of the stories you've heard tonight, she has incurred significant financial cost tied to regularly putting in new personal infrastructure into her property to address that stormwater need. Part of the reason that East Cobb and Cobb County as a whole are dealing with these really hard stories of stormwater is because we have not followed the vast majority of counties in this region and vast majority of cities in this region in putting funding mechanisms in place to service those. Most of the counties in the metro started putting in stormwater utilities almost 20 years ago, and Cobb has had this conversation since the Sam Olin chairship days. We believe at Council for Quality Growth that it's critical that the commission move on this today and start addressing this backlog to address our residents across the county. I do want to talk just a quick second on lift station policy as well, which has been a major concern of ours. And I do want to just kind of maybe clarify some misnomers here. We recognize there are problems with lift stations that get put in and run by HOAs, and then HOAs don't maintain that infrastructure. We are supportive of reforms, and we are supportive of fees to make sure that doesn't fall on residents. What we would ask, though, is that instead of moving what has been an internal deliberative policy in the county water department and among the commission on lift stations into a total ban in the code, that you instead hold your current policies, continue to move forward as we move into a new water directorship, and continue to work on these on a case-by-case basis that both recognizes when there is an environmentally sensitive area that you may not want to approve one, but also recognizes when there are important projects that are meaningful for our communities that do require such an investment and do require such an approval. So with that, I appreciate the time, the hard work, the county staff for all of their deliberations, and appreciate y'all's service. Thank you.
My name is Jeffrey Sims. I live in Weatherstone subdivision, which is behind Wheeler High School. I live in the subdivision that young couple came up a little while ago and said they spent $96,000. I live probably 2 blocks behind them. In September of 2021, I got 22 inches of water in my house. My house is on a slab, and imagine, if you will, 11:30 at night, seeing a little water coming under your doors, and 15 minutes later, it's 10, 15 inches, and then 20 inches. I had a 35-inch water line 360 degrees around my house. I can't give you, I can't tell you how to fix it. I don't know what the problem is. It's got to be a water management problem, and I can't begin to tell you how to solve it, but we've got really smart people in this county. We've got smart people everywhere, and we should be able to fix this. And as the pastor said when he started, you know, think of the welfare of the citizens of the county, and that's what I would like you to think about, is the welfare of the citizens of this county. Look at us like the Atlanta Braves. The citizens, because when the Atlanta Braves decided to build a stadium, we went all out, and we made them comfortable, and we made them secure a marvelous structure that doesn't leak, because there was really smart people that put that together. And I remember before they broke land, there was a lake there, And when they said they were going to build a stadium on that part, I thought, oh my God, were they nuts? Anyway, I appreciate your work that you do, but we've got to solve this and for the welfare of our citizens, because there's a lot of angry people. And so let's solve it. And if we have to have outside people, but there's some really smart people that can help us do this. To reconstruct my house was $100,000. That's not including the 2 cars that I lost. One was in my driveway, then the water was so hard and fast it moved my car, and I had another car in my garage. So I had $100,000 damage, plus my cars were ruined, which my insurance, my flood insurance didn't cover that. And then my landscape is pitiful. I mean, it was a mess. So thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Virginia Choate. I'm at the East Cobb. Madam Chair Cupid, I love these public hearings a week before major holidays. Not. That is your favorite strategy for public hearings. We need a list. Number one, what we need is a list of where the money is going for stormwater management. Number two, what is your plan? Here it is. Your plan is to push the responsibility for stormwater repairs to the individual homeowners, schools, and churches. Homeowners, schools, and churches have no way of knowing if a stormwater pipe issue is brewing under their homes, schools, or churches. Where's your plan? You have none. Please vote no.
To Chairwoman Cupid, commissioners, and the Cobb County community. My name is Dave Morgan, and I am an unhoused resident of this county. I come before you today to represent the hundreds of Cobb County citizens who are being ignored and who have had no voice at this table. I understand that my camp was discussed at your last meeting. I want to acknowledge that the concerns raised, trash, sanitation, and fire safety are valid concerns and impact the quality of life for all residents, both housed and unhoused. But the reason these problems exist is not lack of caring. It is a critical lack of resources and safe designated place to exist in this county. Challenging the stereotype. First, I must challenge the dangerous stereotype that allows this crisis to continue. We are often dismissed as either criminals or mentally ill people who refuse help. This is a convenient lie that allows you to avoid solving the real systemic issue. The vast majority of unhoused people in Cobb County are not career criminals. We are working people who suffered a medical crisis, families who got caught in the eviction cycle of people who of fixed income who cannot afford the rent. When the average rent for one-bedroom apartment here in Marietta is over $1,200 to $1,500 per month. The issue is not personal failure. It is a catastrophic housing crisis that Cobb County has failed to address. I demand for immediate action. I am here to show that we are reasonable people who want to be part of the solution. I demand 3 immediate, humane, and low-cost resources that the county must provide today to address the public health concerns you have raised. Secure waste disposal. We need dedicated, secure, and regularly serviced waste disposal bins placed near sites where we can not be held responsible for littering if we are not provided basic tools to keep the area clean. Portable sanitation. We need the county to provide service and a small number of portable sanitation units, porta potties, near the encampment sites. No person wants to use the bathroom in public, but you have left us no other option. This is a fundamental public health issue and measure. Fire safety protocol. We need county staff to meet with us immediately to establish safe warming and cooking protocol using controlled propane units or community stoves. Without legal and safe alternatives, people must resort to dangerous methods. This prevents catastrophic risk to the entire area. Commissioners, these are not long-term solutions. They are temporary necessities of matter of basic human dignity. You cannot continue to spend taxpayer dollars on ineffective enforcement and cleanups while refusing to spend it on dignity and public health. You cannot simultaneously discuss punishing people for existing while denying them the tools to survive with dignity. Until you act on the true solution, permanent supportive housing and adequate resources through the Cobb Homeless Alliance, I demand that you fund these basic public health necessities. I ask that you instruct staff today to stop the cycle of ineffective enforcement and invest
Sir,
these
your time is up.
Man, that was good. I don't have much to add there. My name is Steve Cox, and I'm on Team Sheffield. But I really like the idea of treating all of our citizens like the Braves. That would be something, wouldn't it? And so I'm here to root for the homeless community as well. Like I said, I don't have much to add to what's been said so far, other than I did find some great research on homelessness criminalization. I sent that to all of you, so I hope you take a look at that. And I just, with the remainder of my time, I'll just go through a few things that have been implemented around the country that are wildly successful, and hopefully that we can hope that we can consider some of these. We could employ social workers to handle complaints and respond to issues instead of law enforcement, which would help them a lot. In Hodgenville, Kentucky, they have a full-time social worker in the police department who acts as a co-responder to service calls. Denver has a support team assisted response program that sends a paramedic and a social worker to substance abuse and mental health calls. We could also provide daytime shelters. For example, Must Ministries is nights only, so people have to wander the streets since they don't have a place to go. In Kalamazoo, Michigan, there's a ministry with community shelter where people can stay all day and has bathrooms, showers, computers, laundry services. They provide 2 meals, socializing, and a way to stay warm. We could designate legal camping areas. In Missoula, Montana, they have a camp called Temporary Safe Outdoor Space that includes 24-hour security, social services, and a warming shelter. Denver, again, has several safe outdoor spaces that are monitored 24/7 and provide resources like showers, food, and case management. Lots of permanent housing initiatives going around around the country that are excellent, including in the city of Atlanta, right, which you're probably aware of. And then lastly, maybe the wildest idea, providing a minimum basic income is being shown to help immensely to get people back into society, not just to survive and live, but to get back into society. Massachusetts has a GI pilot program that provides $750 a month for a year to 200 families struggling with high housing costs. And New York City offers $1,400 per month for 2 years to 100 families living in shelters. And those have been really successful. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Donna Court, and I live at zip code 30068. And Chair Cupid, Commissioners, Dr. McMorris, I actually wanted, and all staff, I wanted to thank all of you for doing the meeting tonight rather than the normal schedule, which would be next Tuesday, which is just before Thanksgiving. And yes, everybody does have holidays, and always it would be nice too if some of our other people could come, but as many of us do have to work, I do appreciate that you all made this time so that we could come. I wanted to thank Director Judy Jones for having worked on this for so long. She's been amazing. Jessica We've been following this whole UDC plan for, I think one of our commentators said it has been over 2 years. It's been longer than that. And I forget, Director Jessica knows when the last time the UDC was updated. So it is time, and I do stand in support of updating the amendments. I actually did read the whole thing, and full truth, I did not understand every single word. I am not an engineer. I don't have expertise in all of the things, but I do believe that Director Judy Jones, Director Jessica, the whole staff, I do trust that you are making the best decisions. Are there some things that could be amended? Yes, and I trust that you all will adjust them as best as you can. If we do nothing, then nothing changes. And I do know that something has to change, because what I hear from the sad stories of all of our folks are, these are things that have been keep happening. They will keep happening if we make no changes. So I do urge you to start someplace. Thank you and happy Thanksgiving.
Good evening, Dana Johnson, resident of East Cobb, and here representing the Cobb Chamber today. I just want to start off by thanking you, Chairwoman Cupid, commissioners and staff, for really listening to the concerns of the business community and making some substantive changes, both between the last hearing and this hearing, as well as from last year to this year. You really commended to your ability to listen and to listen to the input you received and make substantive changes. I think all of us here heard about the importance of stormwater tonight. Maintaining our infrastructure and finding a fair and equitable solution for how we're going to pay for really a utility that all of us need is of utmost importance. And what I heard tonight is that if we don't find a mechanism to actually address that, then we're going to keep being in the same situation, making the same complaints, and never moving it forward to actually moving in the right direction to get this done. So thank you for bringing forward something to actually address an important issue that we all have in the community. And I'm saying this with the understanding that the commercial property owners are going to be the largest individual payers towards this, but as any business knows, you have to invest in what you're doing, or your goods will no longer be needed in the community or even part of the conversation. So thank you for thinking strategically about finding a way to address it. I want to specifically thank you for extending the appeals process, as well as Ms. Jones doing some great additions to updating the credit manual based upon some of her private sector input that we've received. Thank you for making those changes. We greatly appreciate it. We will ask you to please consider, once approved, extending the implementation date to January 1st to give businesses time to budget and prepare their applications for the credit manual. But we do think it's important to actually get this over the goal line, which is the most important thing. With regard to the lift stations, I think Matt did a great job of explaining that, and I just reiterate what Matt said, that it is very important that we have an ability to make judgment calls based upon what's being presented and not just a blanket statement of what should be, and not looking at individual cases on where lift stations may or may not be appropriate. Lastly, with regard to interceptors, thank you for the update on the language with the definitions of renovations in there. That's a very good addition, and we're very thankful for that. We have heard from many restaurants and small businesses that the way that the occupancy standards are calculated, assuming that all restaurants are 100% occupied for their entire time of operation, really results in an overestimation of what the interceptor capacity needs are. So we would ask that to be looked at. And that's not a code issue, by the way. That's more of a management of how the code is interpreted this issue. We would ask that be looked at, and maybe some conversations happen between restaurant owners and the water department, so we can find a solution that works best for maintaining our infrastructure.
Time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, Bob Johnson. It appears that we get around 60 inches of rain a year in Georgia. That should be a win, but it seems you've turned it into a liability. It's well established in the course of these hearings that you have mismanaged the water fund, or unaccountable completely for the general fund. Now you want an additional tax, it appears, and opening up a new tax authority for a project that has no plan, no inventory, no budget, and based on previous performance, no assurance that you have any ability to engineer, bid, or manage such project. However, the most outrageous part listening tonight is transferring the liability for your dereliction onto the homeowners. You gotta be kidding me. If you run into the wrong group of clients, you can sit there with your arrogance, but if you run into the wrong group of clients with the right attorney, you're in deep trouble. And they sue for discovery and find criminal liability, you're in even bigger trouble. You might want to think about protecting the citizens and protecting yourself. That's all I got to say.
Richard Grossman, Clarkdale, Georgia. Didn't plan on speaking tonight, but when I read the part about the homeowners being responsible for runoff, Clarkdale is a very specific problem. We're surrounded by Austell with unincorporated Cobb, and we have drainage that's Cobb County drainage that goes through, and we had Cobb County about a year or two ago replacing pipes we didn't know were there. They didn't know. They found stuff they didn't know were there. But we get runoff from Austell that floods not my yard, but our neighbor's yard all the time. So it's not fair in my mind for an owner of property to be responsible for damage to a flood system that we may not know that's there from flooding coming from another property. It doesn't seem a fair way to deal with the liability for maintaining something we may not know that's there because we didn't see the pipes, without a good inventory of where things are and clarification of liability for maintaining it when we didn't put it in, we didn't know it's there. It seems an unfair thing to do in this part of code. I love the idea of having a storm water plan and even paying for a stormwater plan, but not with the liability of the homeowner when we can't be sure of what we're reliable for, and the water's coming, particularly for Clarkdale, which is unincorporated Cobb surrounded by the city of Austell. Our runoff's coming from the thread mill, which is not us. And they've done nothing to stop the water running down and eroding my neighbor's property. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Larry Savage. I live in East Cobb and have since probably before many of you were born. I'm not a fan of the stormwater plan. I'm not a fan at all. In fact, I am very much objecting to the stormwater utility idea and to the fundraising idea. I'm going to piggyback on the suggestion made by some others that you table this, but not for long. In about 6 weeks, the General Assembly will be in session. They will have the legal authority that you do not have to do all of this, including the funding. And I'm going to say it again. I do not believe that you have legal authority to do the funding, the stormwater utility, or anything else. You have the legal authority to do a lot of the work, just not the money. And you got access to enough money because you've got unlimited taxing power. So you can raise as much money as you need to do it. So having said that, get to the subject of fee or tax. And for the unwashed, that's all of us, the difference is if it's a tax, there are numerous protections in the Georgia Constitution against taxation. It's very limited what can be done in the way of taxes in this state unless you have specific authority to do it, which does not exist in this case. But if they call it a fee, which is an idea that's been embraced here based on some other people doing it, you don't have any rights. And that's the entire story on that distinction of tax or fee. You don't have the constitutional rights if they call it a fee, period. Now, what constitutional rights am I talking about? I'm going to read all I can here. Article 7, the right of taxation shall always be under the complete control of the state. Article 9, the power granted to counties shall not be construed to extend to the following matters: action adopting any form of taxation. Article 9, paragraph 1, the governing authority of any county, municipality, or combination thereof may exercise the power of taxation as authorized by this Constitution or by general law. You don't have either. All revenue collected from taxes, fees, and assessments for state purposes as authorized by revenue measures enacted by the General Assembly shall be paid into the general fund. You can't mainline it outside the budget to an agency. I know your county attorneys have said I'm wrong about that. We'll wait and see. If that doesn't do it, let's try this
Mr.
next one
Savage,
here.
your time is up.
Yes, sir. You're more than welcome to keep your notes with us if you'd like for us to see them, or we can have your notes if you are willing. Yeah. Okay. It's up to you. We'll take our next speaker.
Hi, I'm Maria Cooper. I have several things that I need to get off my chest, and thank you for listening to us. Number one, please stop sneaking these critical vote meetings before and during the holidays, when people are most busy with family, friends, and holiday activities. Please stop doing that. It is so not cool. It is way below the belt. Number two, animals. Please make Cobb a mandatory spay, neuter county. Please make it that. And please make severe penalties for neglect and or abuse. And please put teeth in whatever rules and regulations and laws we have for all of this, plus backyard breeders. We all love, I'm hoping that most of us in this room, if not everybody, loves animals. Fur babies, special place in hell for people who abuse and neglect them. Please add teeth to whatever Cobb County has in terms of laws, rules, and regulations. Trash service, no takeover by the government, no monopoly. Citizens do not need or want higher prices. Residential suburban neighborhoods, Cobb's golden egg. It is your responsibility to protect this. Therefore, no ADUs, no weakening of codes that would allow this, which would result in more concrete, more stormwater, more traffic, more crime, overcrowded schools, resulting in decreased quality education. Finally, rain tax. Okay, you're calling it a fee. It amounts to a tax to all of us who actually follow the rules, follow the laws, and pay our taxes and pay our bills. Over the years, the Board of Commissioners, people before you guys and you guys, got used to transferring money from the water department to the general fund. This is still happening. Then you allowed uncontrolled and irresponsible development. And lo and behold, now we have stormwater problems. And now you want to stick it to us, the citizens, to fix the problem that you, the Board of Commissioners, the government, allowed to happen. It is time to be responsible to us, the citizens, that put you in office. Do not do this. Do not punish us for your mistakes.
Evening, Donald Barth, live over here in Marietta. I pay Cobb County taxes. I am a resident of Cobb County tax. Some people out here think, well, you got nothing to do with this. We pay the same tax they do. We have a city tax to go along with it. Now, I'd like to remind you, Lisa, Eric, I asked you to get ahead of this code amendment thing. Why is stormwater such a problem? You know why? Because it's in the original infrastructure, period. It is a part of the infrastructure. The infrastructure's failing. The Georgia Supreme Court has ruled every which way from Sunday. This is a fee. They can sit there and stomp their feet, throw a tantrum, it's a fee. Oh, Lisa, you're going to love this. They even say you can go out there and do what you did with the voting and change the maps. They give you that authority because it's very important. Storm water affects us all. Nobody is immune to storm water. Storm water picks up dog poo. It picks up people poo, as we heard. It picks up oil. No matter what, storm water has to be addressed. Why do we sit here and fail to address it? All we're asking you for is time. Table this and agree that you could do better. Hire somebody to start a utility. Don't throw it over there on the backside of water and sewage. That's not where everybody else. Look at all what they do in the state of Georgia. All around, it's a utility, a separate utility or part of public works. It has to be there. It's not a, well, what if? Storm water is a necessity. You know that and I know that. So you could have got ahead of this. All you need to do is take a minute and figure out how we're going to assess what's out there. Make a plan. I wouldn't do anything without knowing what I'm going to do, except for get up and speak. Now that I'm good at. But other than that, you need to assess something before you can make a plan. A plan is where you set the budget. That's what your job is. Policy, procedure, budget. I need you to listen. I've told you, Eric, there's a lot of stormwater coming from your side of Powers Ferry over on to Marietta's side. I hadn't seen anybody address it. But what I'm telling you is it doesn't know that there's a road there that says that's county and that's city. So stormwater is everybody's problem. And as leaders, please stop with this. Let's have a 6-month moratorium.
Mr. Barth, your time is up.
Good evening, Christine Rosman, Marietta. Hey, I would like to discuss that whole thing with the water transfer, which has been happening since 1998. And it's been anywhere from like skimming off the top of whatever is left over with the water department, and anywhere from $20 million to $11 million, and doing that every year for like at least 26 years. And then that money could have been towards planning, towards stormwater, towards infrastructure. And when you have that and then you don't use those monies properly, it's misuse of funds. That money was the water department's money, and it should have been put in, because if this started 25 years ago, 26 years ago, 27 years ago, we wouldn't have the problem that we have right now. We do not want this rain tax because we don't actually trust what it is that you're doing with the money that you do get. You squandered it, we see you squandering it, and then there are little pet projects that get more attention. The hardships that people have talked about tonight of what they have been through is horrible. And there's this like little, let's see if I have this one. Arrogance, absolute arrogance. When you do not listen to what your constituents want, what they need because you can't expect them to continue to want to live in Cobb County when they're treated like crap. It's pathetic. You know, you all, not all of you, but you created this mess. And, you know, what is your job? Your job is about infrastructure and public safety. That's really the crux of everything. And to squander the money on different things and little pet projects and, you know, play angel funding on somebody who wants to do an entrepreneurial endeavor and what have you, we do not care for that. And because of this, because of us seeing you squandering, we don't trust you. So please, start doing what you're supposed to be doing, which is have an agenda that is for the citizens of this county and not pandering to the ARC, the DNC, and whomever else is telling you what to do with the money.
Good evening. My name's Craig Harfoot. You should table this probably for a year. I heard that in the first meeting you wanted to tell the business people, bring them up to speed over the next year. But here's the thing. You came up with a number, 475. We heard it on the news, a little news blurb from 5. And they acted like they covered this meeting. Your chair's empty during the meeting. They had a picture of you sitting there acting like you were in the meeting, last meeting. Now it's fake news. The 475 is fake news. It's based on impervious surface. So you might have put together a number for a nut, divided it by the number of houses and come up with a fake number, but that isn't the truth. But anyhow, I agree with everything Larry said. Most of all the impervious surface in Cobb County are roads, airport runways. If you're going to tax it like that, and shopping centers, right there is where you got the bulk of all the impervious surface. And then you got the county and the schools and the churches. Well, you can't tax churches, so you're going to go around that, circumvent that, like you do the homeless law for vagrancies. You can't get them for that, so now you're going to get them for trespass. All this stuff is just workarounds. And the fee, the reason you just want to slam dunk it right now is that so you can just whip up a bond and say, oh, the fee will cover it, and we'll just sign the papers that will raise the fee to whatever it is to cover the bonds. Well, that's horrible. And we're in a recessionary time. People are being laid off, right going into the holidays. We just went through the whole government shutdown. There is no way you should be even thinking about throwing a fee on that you don't even know what it's going to do, and it doesn't address all the people that got hurt by what we've got already. There has been no planning. And the thing is, the county government, what this commission initially had to tax for were roads. It all goes back to roads, how we fund roads. Roads are going to be how you fund stormwater. And you haven't even addressed the fact that, you got a gasoline tax, but now you want electric vehicles, and they're not paying that. So you're not even close to being ready to pass anything and with a comprehensive plan. So I hope you just vote no. You can table it if you want, but you don't have a plan.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jim Beveridge. I reside at 1990 Country Squire Road, and I live on a lake you might be familiar with, Bishop Lake. Bishop Lake was platted in 1930. It's 95 years ago. And it's when Johnson Ferry Road was a dirt road. And in order to get across the Chattahoochee River, you had to take a real ferry. Your Model T, you had to float across the river to get you to the other side. We're about 2.5 miles up that dirt road. You take a right on Bishop Lake Road. So since our property was platted in 1930, there's been hundreds of houses, hundreds of developments north of us that all run into a creek. And then the creek is stopped by a county built weir, some kind of a brick antique structure that slows the water down and holds it up for a little bit. That wasn't good enough because of all the development that came. Then you dug this thing called, and I say the county dug this thing called Bucks Pond. Bucks Pond's about 1 acre, and it's full of silt. And then the county at one time cleaned it out once. They said, this is a one-time deal. We're going to only do it. The reason they did it, the school buses were getting stopped by the flooding on Bishop Lake Road between Bucks Pond and Bishop Lake. So the county put in a culvert connecting Bucks Pond and Bishop Lake. So we have this 95-year-old lake that is the watershed for hundreds of acres. And you won't even talk about, there's 3 property owners that back up to this pond. They don't even know that it's their responsibility. And they can't afford to dredge it. It's over $100,000, 3 property owners. So you're going to put that on them so they can protect our lake with a facility that Cobb County put in to begin with. You put it on the homeowners. It's not right. You got to do what's right. You got to be good stewards. You're not being good stewards with the water management in this county.
Good evening. My name is Janet Peters. I'm a Cobb County resident for 42 years or 41 years. I came here in early 1984. I have had a creek in my backyard that has been overflowing and flooding since the day I moved in, when I realized what happens with a good storm here in the south. It's a contributary of Noonday Creek, and we've had a lot of problems with sewage in that creek because the pipes kept breaking. And a couple of years ago, maybe 20, the county came in and repaired those pipes. But they're still exposed. They shouldn't be. They should be completely underground, under the surface of that creek. But before I go any further, there's 2 things that I have to say. I heard about the $475 per resident. That comes out to $57 a year. I don't know why million-dollar homes should pay the same $475 as lower-priced homes pay $475 a month, because $57 a year is more to low-income residents than those that are paying high income. And the other thing I have that takes precedent over what I came here to talk about tonight was I'm very lucky to have been here in time to say something to you all. I relied on Cobb Link bus transportation because I don't care to drive at night. I have a lot of trouble with the headlights that come at you when you're driving. So I have a friend that will take me home, but I couldn't get here. I checked with Cobb Link and realized that I could be easily here by 5:45 p.m., well before sunset at 6 o'clock. I'm still standing down at my local bus station for over 25 minutes after they were supposed to be there to pick me up. It was only because of the concern and well-being for my situation that 2 of Cobb County's finest stopped to say, "Are you okay, ma'am?" And where are you trying to go? I'm standing underneath the bus stop sign. I'm saying, I'm trying to go to the commissioners meeting tonight. I have something to say about the sewage. And they said, where are you going? I says, to the Cobb County Commission, 100 Cherokee Street. I've been here before. I know how to get here. But I didn't want to drive at night. That was my own caution. And the encroaching darkness came at 5:45. I'm still standing there. The bus should have been there at 5:14. So I want to say thank you, both publicly and personally, to two officers of Cobb County's finest, precinct number 1, which is Officer Pamela De La Cruz and Officer Andrew Brock, who made sure that I got here tonight instead of taking me back to my home.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
I'm sorry, there is an additional time, but thank you, ma'am. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm sorry, ma'am, the time has run, but thank you so much for your regards, and yes, apologize that the bus was not there on time. I'll have my assistant follow up with you to find out the route. I'm going to have my assistant follow up with you to find out.
They deserve praise.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm standing there with traffic
Thank you, ma'am.
all over the place, and
Thank
it's
you.
getting dark.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll take our next speaker.
My name is Beth Childress, and I'm here to read a note from someone who had another commitment tonight and could not be here. This is from Mary Clarice Hathaway, chairwoman of the Cobb County Republican Party, and she wanted me to read this tonight. She says, "This rain tax that the commissioners want to pass is an egregious tax that is completely unnecessary and creates more burden on the taxpayer. We don't need more taxes. We need less. Families don't need increased cost, and regardless of what everyone promises, these taxes will absolutely be passed on to the citizens of Cobb. Families in Cobb already have enough tax burdens and day-to-day costs just to make ends meet. We don't need to make it harder for Cobb families. Rain is a natural phenomenon and something only God can control, and to create a tax burden off something that is God produced is another money grab. We don't need more fees. We need Cobb County's representatives to be physically responsible for with what we already have." Thank you. From Mary Clarice Hathaway.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tracy Stevenson, Marietta. First of all, 3 minutes is not nearly enough time to approach the UDC and particular items within it, but I'll do what I can. I'll start with failing to plan is planning to fail. That's been my problem with the stormwater fee all along. I don't doubt that we need infrastructure improvements on stormwater. We all know it. We've talked about it. We've seen it. Problem is we don't know exactly what they are. So multiple things can be true at once. We need that, but yet we can hate this plan. The chamber agrees now, oddly enough, after they were the major stakeholders that helped got this thing tabled about a year ago. So I don't know what a backroom deal was cut with the chamber, but at the end of the day, we're the ones that pay whatever the chamber pays. They just pass it on to us in cost. So it doesn't go away. So I'll step off of stormwater, and that's been said about that. I'm more concerned in this updated code amendments that the ADUs and mansion apartments are going to come back. I know they're in there. I've briefly read through it. Aren't they? They have it as an option, aren't they? Aren't they coming in? Isn't there an allowance for it?
Yeah, we'd ask that you address the code amendments that are in this code package.
That is in the UDC, isn't it? Okay, I thought that it was.
The UDC is not part of.
My apologies. Okay, well, I'll move off of that. Then I'm done. But bottom line is, I like stormwater. You know, again, I'm not against stormwater and infrastructure expenses, just like I'm not against water or any of that. But we don't have a plan. You know, I think Judy Jones has done a pretty good job. You know, she's pushed a rope up a hill. She's attended a lot of the meetings. I see that you were smart enough this time not to have the educational seminars because people didn't like them. You know, they came out and, you know, Lord, you just stood up there and got rocks thrown at you every night. And so I think the education part would go a long way if we had a plan. Map it, plan it, budget it, implement it. It's like every good business does. Thank you.
Just a heads up before Mr. Emkin speaks. We've been here for almost 2.5 hours, so if there's anyone else that desires to speak, I'm going to take a 10-minute break after your comments. So-
I'll make it quick.
And then we'll come, we have 3 minutes, sir.
Leroy Emkin, lived in Cobb County for 25 years. I'm an engineer. Everyone is talking about a plan. The Board of Commissioners will not make the plan, so that we all understand you do not have the background, the experience, to make a plan with respect to fixing a problem which engineers need to fix, contractors need to fix. You have a public works department, a water department. They've got the necessary resources to understand what a plan needs to consist of. You also need to employ a consulting engineering firm that has a massive experience in dealing with stormwater runoff problems. They're the people that will investigate what the problem is in detail, the extent of the problem. They're the ones that will develop the plan. They are the ones that will implement a plan. They're the ones that will develop a budget to implement that plan, and then they will manage the implementation of that plan. I just want to be sure that that all of us understand what is involved. It's not for the Board of Commissioners, it's not the Board of Commissioners' responsibility to develop a plan. A plan, its implementation, is done by those people who have the background, the expertise, the knowledge to do it. So I am asking that you, the Board of Commissioners, provide the necessary funds to employ an external consulting firm to work with your public works group, who have quite competent people, and the water departments that have quite competent people, all working together to develop the plan and proceed to solve this problem. It's clearly a problem. Let's go ahead and get it fixed now. No more delays. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:40. Good evening, everyone. It's 8:40. We are resuming our Board of Commissioners meeting this November 20th, 2025. We are still in the midst of our public hearing for our 2025 code amendments. I will see if we have any additional speakers. If we have any additional speakers, we'll take you at this time. Yes, ma'am.
Hi there, my name's Nikki Healy. I live in Smyrna, District 2, and I am just here, well, I've worked in animal welfare for, gosh, most of my life at this point. And I'm currently serving as the Good Muse Executive Director, and I'm just here to speak on the Animal Section 10-135, and just to thank you for putting animals first in this county. I appreciate the efforts that I see this county go through with our spay-neuter vouchers, and now this amendment is going to do a lot of good. So I just came here to thank you all very much for caring for the animals, and Director Steve Hammond for all he does for the animals. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Greg Lowry. I've lived in Cobb County for about 40 years. I also live up in the northwest corridor near Lake Altoona. I just want to make a quick comment about Code 122-126. That code, thanks to the Water Department and Director Jones, that's just to clarify language. It's not stopping any lift stations. It's just to clarify what's already in the guidelines. You know about the land study, the Northwest Land Vulnerability Assessment. So this is just to solidify some of the policies and guidelines that were in that. So respectfully asking that you approve that change. That's all. Thanks.
We'll take our next speaker. Are there any additional speakers? Okay, not seeing any, we'll close the public hearing. And what we will do is utilize this opportunity to address a number of the comments that were shared. Also, commissioners, this will be opportunity for any of you to ask any questions for clarification before there are any votes this evening. And I know I always put our District 1 Commissioner on the spot. You're more than welcome to go first, but if you don't, I would open it up for any commissioner that has any comments or questions as we try to address this laborious. Matter of fact, before we do that, let me do something which might make this a lot easier. I'm going to go through the list of code amendments and see what we all have agreement in moving forward. We can move those in bank first and get those out the way, and then spend the majority of our time addressing those that have had most commentary and maybe of most controversy this evening. If you all are okay with that, just let me find my notes. And just to make life easy, I'm automatically going to pull the sections that pertain to stormwater. And those include Chapter 50, 83, 110, and 122. And note that the nuisance section, well, part of the 86, thank you. 86 has already been pulled. So that will leave Chapter 2, Chapter 10, 18, 22. Let me see what I have here. 106 and 114. So I'm going to walk through those one by one and seeing if we have general consensus. And if we do, we'll vote on all of those in bank. We don't need to necessarily have a formal vote at this time, but commissioners, is there agreement to support the code amendments under Chapter 2? Just by a simple nod. let me just ask, is there any disagreement? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so I'm going to put that in bank. How about Chapter 10 as it pertains to animals? We're all good? Okay, is there any disagreement? I'm not hearing any. Okay, Building Regulations, Chapter 18. Okay, not hearing any concerns. How about Chapter 22 with respect to cable and video service providers and state franchise holders? Okay, not hearing any concerns. Okay, Chapter 54 as it pertains to fire prevention and protection. Okay, seem good. All right, and Chapter 106 as it pertains to streets, sidewalks, and other public places. Okay, I'm not hearing any concerns. And then Chapter 114 as it pertains to taxation. Give me 1 second, Commissioner. I can't.
It's just the one line.
Okay. No, this will not. All right, I'm not hearing any concerns with respect to those chapters. So with that, Commissioners, did I miss 120? 102. Thank you, I did miss 102. Thank you. Are there any concerns with respect to 102, solid waste? Yes, Jessica. I see you coming up.
Sorry, one quick suggestion also, Madam Chair. In Chapter 50, there's also the amendment to the noise ordinance pertaining to the horses, the equine facilities, so it may make some sense for the board to consider that along with the other
Okay, let me
amendments.
get that specific code section. I think that's 50-258, unless I, that number down. 1 second. Is that correct?
258,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so in addition to adding 102 for solid waste, which I bypassed, I would like to include Chapter 50-258, which pertains to noise and equine facilities.
These are the ones we're gonna discuss.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Okay, I'm not hearing any objections, so now I'm going to make a formal, yes, Commissioner Gamble.
No, when I asked about 102, I have a comment.
You have a comment? Okay.
And again, while they removed several of the residential definitions, they have left in, it's on page 66.
Okay.
Just so everyone can find it.
Give everybody a second to turn to that. Yes, ma'am.
It says residential service unit means single-family duplexes or two-unit multifamily dwellings, triplexes or three-unit multifamily dwellings, quadruplexes or 4 units. I know we have some 5- and 6-unit attached townhomes.
Okay.
So again, I have an issue that we are calling out specific types of residential and not leaving it as a blanket definition.
Okay, so we will not include that in this motion, and then we can discuss that before we go into stormwater utilities, since there was less debate about that. Don't go too far, because I'll call you back up after we have this initial motion. So I'm going to pull then
And Madam Chair, I have
Section
some
102.
comments too on 102.
Do you want me to pull
That's what I
102?
thought we were gonna discuss.
Okay, I'm going to pull 102. It's okay. We'll pull that for discussion. All right, Commissioners, I may need your help here so that I refer to all of these accurately, as we have a number of code amendments before us. But I move that we approve the proposed amendments to Chapters 2 as it pertains to administration, 10 as it pertains to animals, 18 as it pertains to building regulations, 22 as it pertains to cable and video service providers and state franchise holders, Chapter 54 pertaining fire prevention and protection, skipping 106 as it pertains to streets, sidewalks, and other places, Chapter 114 as it pertains to taxation, and then I'm also going to include Chapter 50-258 as it pertains to fireworks, noise, and equine facilities.
And 114, did you say?
Yes, I did. Was that a motion? Yes, that was a motion.
Second.
Second, and there was clarification that 114 was included in that list? Yes, ma'am. All right, is there any other discussion? All right, I'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. So why don't we go ahead and let's address Chapter 102 before we get to stormwater utilities and the lift station. We can have, yes, you come up, Ms. Kimberly, thank you. And there have, well, Commissioner Gamble had one question with respect to that definition. And so why don't we address that first, and then Commissioner Burrow also said she had some questions on that chapter
Okay.
as well.
Thank you so much,
You're welcome.
Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager. Okay, so I worked with the County Attorney's Office on this. We did remove the definitions defining what the dwellings were, but we left the information in about the types of, I guess we're not defining the dwellings, we're just saying that these are the residential types of dwellings that we would have curbside pickup at. And so we did discuss that, but because we were not defining the actual dwellings themselves, because that would be in another portion, or another part of the code, the County Attorney's Office felt like that it was okay to leave that portion.
Right, and while I understand that, we do have more than 4 attached homes together that are still single-family. So my concern is you're not addressing when we go up to 5, 6 plus attached, but we've defined up to 4.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how you know you're going to leave a gray area here if we don't include or more, or if we just somehow define single-family residential differently.
I know, because there was reliance on legal, maybe it might be best to defer to legal to help us address that concern.
Yeah, and I don't know how to work with you on this particular issue, but when you get to that many multi-developments, or do they have their own trash system that they have, their dumpsters that they take care of?
When you get to a certain level, I believe they're considered like commercial accounts rather than individual, like residential curbside pickup.
Interesting.
And there's a definition there for commercial.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Gamble, you're speaking and not speaking at the same time.
I didn't say anything.
I see your body language, so I don't know if you still have concern or if you're comfortable with the clarification.
I don't feel comfortable with the clarification because I know
Okay.
this board has approved more than 4 attached single-family homes, townhomes. So again, I don't see how, because it's over 4, it's going to go to a commercial if it's still single-family ownership. So I disagree with that, but again, that's my opinion.
I'm not the subject matter expert on this. If we want to go to 4 or more, is that the definition that you're wanting to have?
Well, my concern is, again, we know we've approved more, but this is only defining up to 4. So how are you going to cover if it's 5, 6, or more than 4?
Would you want to do 4 or more? I'm asking you.
That's the question.
Yeah.
But I guess you're the legal department, and you're the ones that are supposed to recommend how we should do that.
That would be a way, if you want to address this issue, sure.
Okay.
On behalf of the staff, is it amenable to this board to ask to add 4 or more units right after the part where it stops at 4?
I think that would cover some of the things that the board has done and approved. Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Then-
just give us a moment to look through this.
Okay.
Yeah. We know that that definition just now meets Commissioner Gamble's interest. For the rest of the board that has to approve it, I just want us to be clear on what that section is. I'm looking for language, is what I'm looking for to see if it says multifamily. It's on page 66 of 488. Why didn't we just call out multifamily once you get to a certain number? There's a reason why it's being distinguished, and I don't know if it's specifically being distinguished to 4 for another reason that's not being shared, because saying 4 or more attached could include many more than 4.
And I think Lori worked with Kimberly on this. Maybe Kimberly will be able to answer that question on why the specific definition of this situation.
Well, traditionally, most of the units that are being serviced for residential curbside pickup are single-family homes, townhomes, some condos, and then as it's listed here, as I mentioned before, if it's larger units or like multifamily as far as like apartments, that's considered commercial, and so that would be considered a commercial account rather than a regular curbside residential account. And so it does show, or it does state that the unit within the following categories: single-family dwellings, duplex or 2-unit multifamily dwellings, triplex or 3-unit multifamily dwellings, quadruplex or 4-unit attached multifamily dwellings, and mobile homes. So it lists all of the types that the haulers are servicing currently right now.
Yeah, and looking at it, it says single-family : and that's the list. So if we say 4 or more, even if it's 5 or 6, it still needs to be a single-family dwelling versus it being multifamily attached with several units. So that may be a clear enough distinction. And our community development director has decided to join the conversation.
I'm sorry, Kimberly. I was just in reading the definition, I'm wondering if maybe we could say single-family attached or detached instead of just single-family, because we understand that from a zoning standpoint, a multifamily unit with 4 units is multifamily residential, but if we also have single-family attached and detached, which are different than multifamily units. So maybe that might be a solution, to say single-family attached or detached, and then leave the rest of the definition as is.
Without saying 4 or more.
Right, because if it's residential, single-family attached or detached, we know that townhomes for our standpoint here in Cobb County are single-family use. They're attached single-family units.
Okay.
However many townhomes you have in one bank of townhomes, so that may be a solution to achieve what Commissioner Gamble
I
is looking
see
at.
Commissioner Gamble nodding, so, okay, we can modify that language to say residential service unit means each unit or units within the following categories: single-family, attached or detached dwelling. And that's not a colon, it's a semicolon. So yes, it would have to be modified to say single-family, attached or detached. Clerks, are you okay with that language and that change? Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Gamble, did you have any other question? Commissioner Burrow. Thank you.
Hi, Kimberly. On page 69, enforcement. So
You said enforcement?
Enforcement, 102-12. Does this say that you, the director, a sustainability, waste and beautification director, or his or her designees, what does that do to code enforcement officers? Or who, will you be enforcing this now if it's solid waste?
Okay, so under this section, we just clarified the department name to Sustainability, Waste, and Beautification. Let's see. And we just really clarified, like, if in the past it said Waste Division Manager, and it now says Sustainability, Waste, and Beautification Director or his or her designee, which would be who the haulers would contact if they needed to fix an issue or clarify a problem. So we would not be taking the place of code enforcement officers, no. But currently, right now, if a hauler needs to get a permit, they would come to, our office. Right. And all we were doing was just updating the department name and the title of the particular individual that the haulers would be coming to.
Okay. And then, I'm not sure if it's 102-65 on page 77. The way the code is now, the haulers have to offer recycling, but it's up to the customer to subscribe, if you will. And originally, I think you had mandatory recycling in there, and I'm not a fan of mandatory anything, but now it just says required. So what's the difference of mandatory and required?
So we clarified this language to say exactly what you just mentioned. So the haulers are offering recycling to their customers, to the residents of Cobb County. And if the customer requests that, or if they want recycling, then the hauler would provide a container so that they could recycle curbside. Yes. But it is not, it's not a mandatory service. As a resident in Cobb County, you can choose if you want to recycle or not.
But you took the offer or option out.
But they inserted the word elective.
Pardon?
They inserted the word elective. So.
Where are you? What page?
77.
Required provision of residential elective recycling. Okay.
And under A, it's where it says all collectors must offer to their residential customers the service of having their recyclable materials collected. So it does have offer under A, section A, under 102-65.
Okay, you took option out. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So I'm good with the clarification.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, with that, I move that we approve Section 102 with the change to trying to find this. Yes. Unfortunately, that's such a long section. I'm just trying to get to Section 102-5 definitions, to change the residential service unit language to state in the first clause that residential service unit means each unit or units within the following categories, single-family, detached, or attached dwelling, and then keep the rest of that intact. Okay, that was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. That now takes us to the discussion of our stormwater utility and lift stations, and because there was less discussion regarding the lift stations, why don't we discuss that matter first, and then we'll go to stormwater And Judy, if you can help guide us to the correct place in our books, like what page,
yes.
section, yes.
The lift station code is in section 122-126.
Oh, thank you. What page, I'm sorry? Thank you, and it's right in front of me. Thank you. 97. All right, so Commissioner Gamble, I know you've had a lot of attention to this code section. I will defer to you initially to see if you have any comments or questions before I go down the rest of the dais.
Well, first of all, I know we had 2 speakers state that we were banning lift stations. So, and Judy, so if you could please explain, because as I read this code, I'm not seeing that lift stations are banned. So could you explain essentially what this code is saying?
Sure. So this code is not changing the requirements for a private commercial lift station that serves multiple parcels, except for we're actually lessening the requirements because we don't make them do an escrow account. So that's still allowed. It also does not change the requirements for a lift station that serves a single parcel, whether that be residential or commercial.
So in the language you have proposed, in no way does it take away the opportunity for a property owner to potentially have a lift station?
So as for a private lift station for commercial that serves multiple properties, it is not changing the requirements, but they still have to meet the requirements in the code. But we're not changing those requirements. So what it does clarify is the water system's longstanding position of not wanting any more public lift stations.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Breaux, you can go ahead.
So private lift stations are not being removed from this?
The only private lift stations that are being removed from this are private lift stations that serve multiple residential properties, single-family residential properties.
That's it, serve multiple or single?
Multiple. So what's being removed is private lift stations that serve multiple single-family residential properties. So a lift station that would be run by HOA.
Okay, for multiple homes.
Right.
But they could be single-family homes or multiple family homes, apartments, or no?
Apartments, private lift stations for apartments are still allowed.
Because it's commercial.
Oh, okay. So, right now, the director reviews them to see if they meet the requirements and approves or denies the application for a private lift station.
Our plan review staff, yes.
Okay. And is there an appeal process if it's denied, or what happens?
There is not, because for the private lift stations, it's specified in code what those requirements are. So if they meet those requirements, it gets approved. If they don't meet those requirements, it doesn't get approved.
And that's it? Okay. So nothing's changing if that's already in the way it is now?
For private lift stations that serve multiple commercial properties, correct.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? I can share that I'm sensitive to the homeowners that not only have spoken here tonight, but have sent emails that live around the Lake Allatoona area. And I understand why in 2018, we put that specific agreement in place, recognizing the environmental sensitivity of that area. My only concern is the way that this is written, it's not just going to impact that area, it impacts the entire county. And it seems to remove that discretion for the entire county. So I'm wondering, is there a win-win to continue to protect those environmentally sensitive areas and still not have language that seems to send a strong message that Cobb County is not welcoming development that would require a lift station? Because what I'm hearing from several developers is that that kind of statement looks as if Cobb County is just not welcoming growth, which is something that we don't want to necessarily discourage, growth that is smart growth, but we do want to be sensitive to areas that have heightened environmental concerns. I also know that there have been challenges with the water system and having to take over lift stations around subdivisions.
We have not taken over any.
Well,
We get lots.
let me not say take over, in helping address the challenges that have arisen from lift stations that are serving subdivisions. And for any of us here on the dais or in the audience who've been part of a HOA board, know that of all the things that volunteer leadership has to do, one of those things that they probably would not ever perceive they would need to do is to be responsible for a failed lift station. And the way that our policy is today, we could be putting that onus on that board. So I understand the concerns around that. But I would love to see us consider a policy that maybe some other jurisdictions have that facilitate development of subdivisions that may need a lift station, and look at other ways that those can be implemented. Like I know you and I have discussed regional lift stations, or yes, regional lift stations that could serve a broader area. And that's not necessarily precluded with this code amendment, but I'm just telling you right now, the way that it's drafted, it's sending a very strong message that Cobb County is not going to welcome additional development that may need a lift station.
If Judy, for clarification, a point of clarification, with new development, it excludes residential from that development, is that correct? But it includes commercial, excludes residential on new development for a private lift station?
New development for a private lift station includes commercial, yes.
Okay, it just excludes residential?
Yes.
Unless it's a single-family home.
Excludes single, well, unless it's just one
Yes, if it's one
property,
residential parcel, it can have a lift station.
Right.
What we're talking about is a
The
subdivision development.
Or the question that I raised last time, a multi-use development. It would not be applicable if there's residential within that development.
Interesting.
Single-family residential within that development, not apartments, because that's
It
commercial.
might not have apartments, yeah. Some multifamily have a combination of single-family and.
Right, and that was the question I asked last time, if there was a workaround to have a mixed-use development as it relates to the lift station. Thank you.
So, yes, the concern about having a mixed-use development on a private lift station would be that if you have residential properties and not an apartment, but they own their own units, fee simple, and then you have another entity that's responsible for the lift station, and that entity is not maintaining the lift station, those people in their condos or townhomes are just kind of at the will of the other entity, and if that company doesn't do what they're supposed to do, and then they don't have sewage in their home, it can be a tough situation.
Okay, because I just want to piggyback on that, because I share that same concern, because in my district, there are quite a few mixed developments that are retail on the bottom, condo apartments above, and they're all governed by an HOA, or, I mean, so it's very complex, and as I've shared, one of the things that concerned me about this is I can honor what's going on by Lake Altoona, but also we're taking a sledgehammer to something that really needs more of a scalpel, because there's other pockets of the county that I have concern that this would limit the options in those areas. And I think mixed use is I'm still not sure I'm getting a clear answer on how that would be impacted if it's a true mixed use facility or community.
But I guess, as Director Jones mentioned, this is only the first step to then determine if the water department then looks at other factors which then would support either the lift station being approved or not. So to me, this doesn't necessarily ban what you're referencing. It's just, again, kind of giving the framework for her department and her employees to then go, okay, do they meet this? And then they walk through other sections of the code that we are not considering tonight. We are not amending those other sections that they also use to determine if a lift station is applicable or not. So, again, this is existing language that we've always had. And under the existing language, we've always been able to, or her staff, not the board, has been able to approve lift stations. So to me, this is, again, just refining, giving them better parameters, but then they are going to continue to walk through the other aspects that they look at considering in approving a lift station or not. And as was stated in Director Jones's email, sorry. You know, she specifically stated there are no changes to the code for private lift stations serving only one property, residential or commercial. The proposed code amendments do not change requirements for private lift stations serving more than one non-residential property, except that we lessen the requirements by not requiring an escrow account. So in some respects, we're making it a little bit easier because we've taken away the escrow account. That was once required. She also states that please note that the proposed public lift station code amendments do not preclude the water system from building a regional lift station. So again, the code amendments that we were given here, she has explicitly stated it does not preclude us from building a regional lift station. So, you know, I know fear-mongering was used in a video today, and to me, this is essentially that, because our director herself has said this is not going to preclude the water system from building a regional lift station or approving anyone from having a lift station approved in the future.
So with respect to the mixed use, the way that the code is written as proposed, it says private lift station serving more than one non-residential property or multifamily residential property may be considered subject to the following conditions. And the first one is a single viable entity that is not a homeowners association is responsible for the ongoing costs. So mixed use would be allowed with what you're saying, with the businesses on the bottom and then condos on the top, but not if it is a homeowners association that's owning the lift station.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner
Um, So 122, 126, this is in response to some questions that we had. The purpose of this code change is to clarify the water system's longstanding positions of not supporting public lift stations and discontinues the approval of private lift stations for new single-family residential subdivisions. So a commercial would still come to you or your staff or the review committee and have to meet all the requirements. And are they bonded, or what are the requirements that precludes the county from having to bear the costs should they fail or go under?
For a private lift station, it's because it's private and it's not county-owned, so we don't have any responsibility because we don't own it.
But if it fails and they're not responsible or they're bankrupt, is there a bond that is associated with it to cover those costs so that it doesn't fall back on the county?
No,
I'm asking Judy, y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrow. Let's be respectful and let her ask her question without.
I'm just
objecting.
asking questions.
Yes, go right ahead, ma'am.
So if it's a private lift station and it's failing, that would fall under EPD's jurisdiction. If it's failing and it's overflowing, then EPD would come in and they would be the enforcement agency to have the property owner repair it. But the county would not be responsible for stepping in and helping them repair it. It would be completely the property owner's responsibility.
So private lift stations would still be allowed for commercial properties and reviewed on a case-by-case basis?
Yes.
Okay, and where they wouldn't be allowed, period, is a single family or single property subdivision, residential subdivision, development.
A subdivision that has multiple properties but are single-family dwelling units, correct.
Okay.
Commissioner, are you okay if I ask a follow-up question?
No, well, no, I'm just saying they wouldn't be allowed at all on new subdivisions, more than one property.
Correct.
But they would be reviewed, right now, the way the code is, they would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, right now, as long as they met the requirements in the code, they would be approved.
Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioner Burrow, I want to follow up. The EPD has jurisdiction over failed private lift stations?
Yes.
Okay. So why then will we not depend on the EPD to cover a private failed lift station for a subdivision?
We would. We wouldn't step in and help, but we get the calls from the residents that are going to be asking us to help them.
But why don't we just refer them to the EPD?
EPD's not going to help them either. They're just going to regulate them and fine them and tell them that they have to repair their sewer overflow, but they're not going to help them financially.
So then, if we know that's the case, then I can't perceive us not seeing how the public lift station could be bolstered if we know we're already going to support that. Why not create some type of middle ground if we're not going to completely defer to the EPD for a private lift station? So what we're saying is no new subdivisions unless they're on a regional system.
They could be on septic tank. But there's the vast majority of Cobb County has access to gravity sewer. There's very few places in Cobb County that don't have access to gravity sewer.
Yes, and you showed me a map, like the largest area of the county, like you said, there could be pockets that are not served, but the largest area is going to be in District 4 in some, outside of, well, the map that Judy showed me, the largest area that we drew a circle around, I'm not saying there isn't significant area, but the largest area that we saw was in District 4. So any new subdivision that would be built in that area would have to be covered by septic or a regional sewer system if this code were to pass today.
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm hearing from you, answering questions, that there still is a lot of discretion in the code, but I can share with Commissioner Gamble, it's not necessarily fear-mongering that's occurring, but there's very strong language in the code that seems to preclude the consideration for lift stations. When it says, before, the discretion is how the code is written today. It states that the county discourages, that the county shall eliminate where deemed feasible and appropriate by the director. That's discretionary language. The concern is when a developer or someone who's looking to expand here sees terms like shall not provide. And there's another area, no new private lift stations that serve more than one family residential property shall be approved for plans submitted after no new private lift stations that serve more than one single family residential property shall be approved. It's that very strong no new, shall not be, that has people concerned, and what's sending a very strong statement that seems, whether or not there is discretion or not, it seems to remove significant discretion that we have today. And that's just my concern, is we are all here in this wonderful county because Cobb has been a place that has attracted growth. And I'm very concerned about us sending a signal that that is no longer the county that we live in when we have that kind of strong language. I like us having the discretion to be sensitive to areas that we should be sensitive to. I don't like the third largest county in the state giving a very strong statement that we are not open to attract anybody else that's here. That's just my concern. I know I'm trying to figure out, how do I address this environmentally sensitive area of the northwest part of the county and not preclude possible development in other areas of the county that don't have those same concerns, even though we admit flooding has occurred and we've addressed that in zoning. But in those zoning hearings, we have discretion. There's nothing telling us we can't do it. We sit here, we look at the application, and we consider the facts without the code saying you can't. And that's
So
just my concern.
The concern with the discretionary language we have now about public lift stations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that when somebody is looking to develop property, they don't know if we're going to approve it or not. And that's where we have run into problems, where a developer buys a property, thinks that they are going to be able to put in a lift station, thinks that the county will take a public lift station, and then we tell them, no, we're not, the water system does not want to take a public lift station in that area.
Can we put in language that says the county will consider approval or disapproval based off its assessment? That still gives you the discretion. It still makes it clear that they don't have a definite runway.
Well, then leave it like it is.
Well,
I would
the language doesn't state that today. It just states, that it will be discouraged and it will eliminate, but it doesn't say that it doesn't say that the discretion lies within the department to consider approval or disapproval based on its assessment.
So that, I would have to defer to legal if they feel like that would be appropriate language.
I'm on page 97, yes, at the top, A1.
And Chair, I'd have to consider the specific language that you were referring to in a vacuum. I mean, you could make this more, which line, which number,
A1.
which.
122-126,
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it.
A1.
So how would you have it read?
The county water system has the discretion to approve or disapprove lift stations based on its assessment. Now, I'm not an engineer, so based on its assessment of, you could say, a number of factors or based on its assessment of the impact that it might, you would have to help lead in determining what that assessment is based on. Because I trust the staff to be able to make that assessment. We rely on stormwater to give us that information in a zoning hearing.
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
Well, I guess, you know, Bill, I'm trying to help you here. You're asking for language, but it does say where deemed feasible and appropriate by the department director.
It says it will eliminate, you gotta read the first clause. The second clause has no weight unless you read the first clause of that sentence. You can't just pick a phrase out and give it meaning without context.
And
that
again,
part only, that point of discretion only applies to the first part. It doesn't give authorization to do something. It removes the ability to do something.
it only removes the ability to public
It
lift
says the
stations.
county shall eliminate existing public lift stations where deemed feasible.
That's not private.
Tell me where in that does it give them authorization for approval with discretion? It gives them discretion to remove and eliminate. Show me in that sentence or in that whole clause where it gives them any authorization to approve with discretion.
And again, we're only talking about public lift stations. If you go to.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I agree.
And if you go to number 2, it says the owner or developer of a new development or redevelopment shall not provide wastewater service by constructing a new public lift station. And again, Judy has already covered why we don't want to have a public lift station. But then number 3 comes back and says that we shall not accept ownership of a private lift station. Nowhere does it say we would not approve a private lift station. It essentially affirms that we will not approve a public lift station for the reasons that Judy has already given. So again, to me, the first sentence, number 1, again, the county shall eliminate existing public lift stations. I think, Judy, you said we had 6, if I remember correctly.
Public lift stations, we have 29.
Or 29, okay. So we have 29 public lift stations. Many of those lift stations over time have been able to connect to sewer because sewer has finally been extended to that area. So again, what I'm kind of hearing from Judy is, again, we're expecting more of these over time as we develop into these areas. The public lift stations will be able to connect, hence, we're not going to accept any new ones. But then as far as the private ones, we are not eliminating or banning private ones. This code is just saying the county will not take responsibility for a private lift station.
It is banning it in section A5. It is providing no runway. It's providing B5. It's providing no runway for consideration for a subdivision. It's saying no new private lift station that serves more than one single-family residential property shall be approved. And it falls back on the policy statement in A1, which, even though it's there for public reason, A1 sends a very strong statement, even though it's under public, saying that lift stations are just discouraged. It's saying it's discouraged, and then everything to me falls under that, and I get it. I don't think the county wants to continue to take on private lift stations of subdivisions, but I think that there could be a runway for consideration for subdivisions to be built to a public standard and taken on by the county, which is what a lot of our neighboring jurisdictions are doing to facilitate this in subdivisions. I do not think a HOA should be responsible for taking on an for taking on a lift station. But I do think there should be consideration for how that could be facilitated in the county. And right now, all the language seems to discourage that from taking place. And yes, this is talking specifically about one instance or one nuance, and this is, well, two, subdivisions and also any single commercial parcel, because only multiple commercial parcels can fall under this. You can't have a lift station for one commercial parcel.
You can. A private
Okay.
lift station.
A private-
lift
okay, I
station
thought
for
I-
a single commercial or single residential is
Okay, I
allowed.
thought I heard you say that a lift station can't be considered for one commercial parcel. It has to serve more
It's
than-
private, have to be private for one single parcel.
Oh, okay, so a commercial property can have a lift station for one commercial property?
Yes.
Okay, so then the only issue is the subdivision.
Yeah. Right, so,
Okay.
I guess to clarify, so yes, the point of this is the water system does not want to accept any new public lift stations that just serve one subdivision. Because the cost, it's expensive to run, so it's a lot to maintain. The most of the county is already covered by gravity sewer. There are some areas that aren't right now. But that is what we are trying to eliminate, a bunch of little pocket, little lift stations here or there that just serve one subdivision. That's a public lift station.
Can you talk to us about a regional lift station?
So a regional lift station would be a lift station that serves an area. So it would cover multiple parcels and multiple developments. And we do have regional lift stations in the county.
Is
But
there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's really only one area in the county right now that I envision that would be appropriate to put a regional lift station in, possibly put a regional lift station in the future, and that's the Southwest Cobb area. We have no plans to do that. Our long-range wastewater management plan right now says that that area will never have gravity sewer in it. So we don't have plans to put one there, but it might be possible to do it in the future. The rest of the county, to put a pump station in, it's really going to serve one little area here, one little area there.
So how can we support the sensitivity of the Allatoona area and not restrict the potential for development in the Southwest Cobb area? Because I'm hearing that's the only place eligible, but that there are no plans to do it. Is there a way that development can occur that eventually lends itself to a regional lift station?
Not really. I mean, the water system would have to put one in. A developer's not going to probably put a regional lift station in. They're only going to want to spend the money to put a lift station that only serves one property, one development.
I'm thinking like a fee that people like put money into that eventually gets to that.
Well,
I see too.
I mean, you can make an assessment area where you get paid back.
That's similar to.
But typically those, you don't recoup all your costs over time, and that means that the county has to upfront the money. And I'll just be honest, the water system has a lot of projects that we need funding for now that we don't have funding for. So that would be a project that we don't currently have funding to do.
Yeah, exactly, and I hear you. That's why in talking to some other jurisdictions, there is a very hefty cost for them to put in a development because they know they need to pay for the operation of a lift station. And in some areas of the metro area, they're willing to pay that cost. Is it possible for us to consider a plan where they pay a certain amount to have that opportunity to develop that could eventually go towards this development? I see.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask, are you talking about an impact fee?
Well, impact, not necessarily an impact fee. The only agreement I'm thinking of is something similar to what we have in Northwest Cobb, where you have that large lift station that serves an area. Now, you could run into future problems where people want very high dense development, but if you constrain it,
I thought that was a regional retention pond, a regional retention facility.
What
That
we,
was-
there was
what
a,
are you talking about?
well, what you do is the capacity for the infrastructure out there has been parsed off to different properties. Is that something that can be done here where developers can pay for it?
Well, that would be difficult
private.
because for a regional lift station.
I'm talking about for a eventual regional lift station. All I'm trying to do is get us to a point where we are not constraining the rest of the county out of concern for one part of the county. And right now, even though the possibility is there, what I'm hearing is even though the possibility is there, the likelihood of that occurring is never.
I wouldn't say never, but not in the immediate future. But for the problem with a regional lift station, you have to have the lift station there before the development occurs. So you can't have a development come in and pay money for something that hasn't been built yet.
Well, we have that happen with traffic lights. We do, don't we? Don't we have developers come in and say, anticipation of the growth of this area, put money in this bucket for traffic lights?
But they're developing.
Exactly. But we just allow that fund to sit there until the development arises where you meet the metrics, and then we take that money and put it towards the traffic light.
But they're in for zoning.
But we're gonna have,
It's
we
the
would
same-
have.
it's the same concept, though.
We would have to build the lift station first. You could put a development in and not have a traffic light yet. You
Mhm.
can't build a development that needs sewer that doesn't have the lift station to serve it yet.
Okay. Okay, I received that. I'm trying to.
Judy is-
Oh, hey, well, now, wait.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Burl said no.
I'm first, please. Okay, I have a suggestion. First of all, Mr. Rowling, if we table this one section now, what's the time frame that it has to come back before it starts the process of the public hearing and everything all over again? 60 days or 30 days?
Yeah, I'd have to do that calculation. I don't,
It'll be next year.
and it was outside of the meeting. I don't know,
Kelly?
Jessica already has it. You already,
Jessica?
Is Kelly here?
Kelly,
Yeah,
Long.
so the code amendments the board has to take action on the code amendments within 60 days after they're advertised. The first advertisement, I believe, ran on October 2nd, I think, or roughly right around there. So the board wouldn't have another meeting prior to that 60-day window expiring.
because our meeting's the 9th, it'd be a week short.
We've tabled, I remember a code pertaining to tethering animals. We heard it that night, we didn't vote on it. We came back the next time and we heard it. Did we have to vote it down?
It's the advertising that's gonna get us.
I don't recall that one. That might have been before my time, but I know that we've had other instances where there's been things where the board expressed an interest in possibly tabling, but just that 60-day window is expired. And so at that point, you would have to start all over again with re-advertising and everything.
We could have a special call
We
meeting on
could-
December 2nd.
Well, there's multiple codes. I know that there's a code section that was left off regarding nuisance abatement that
Yeah.
we're looking at bringing back earlier next year. So this can come back earlier next year. There's been a lot of discussion around this. And the more that I get correspondence from people in the Lake Allatoona area and heard people tonight, I do believe there are some very unique considerations for that area that should not be overlooked. I'm very concerned also from the correspondence that I've heard from people in the development community about the signal that it sends when we put in very strong language that's prohibiting us from considering lift stations. And then from talking to other jurisdictions that provide a one-way to considering lift stations, I'm concerned about Cobb County being left behind. I'm concerned about other ones articulating that they would be willing to have a smart growth path, and then Cobb County just saying, our growth days are behind. So help me understand how we could support environmentally sensitive areas without making that kind of statement. And so we can eventually facilitate development in one part of the county. I'm sorry, I see Gamble's hand and your hand.
I just had a follow-up question to the regional lift station. If septic is available in the area, would we still look to build a regional lift station, or is that only where septic is not available?
We would only look at putting in a regional lift station to facilitate development, or possibly if we were having a bunch of failing septic tanks that were a problem and there was no other way to serve them than a lift station, a regional lift station. But I would like to clarify that there's lots of areas in Cobb County that can be developed on gravity sewer.
Okay.
It's not like there's no way to develop except for a lift station in Cobb County.
Okay.
We have lots of areas that have gravity sewer available.
Okay. I guess I'm looking at larger areas, and there may be pockets, just like Eric said, there may be pockets that need a lift station. There may be pockets that can be developed as well. I just know the largest area that I saw on the map would need a lift station. The largest undeveloped area in District 4 would need some type of lift station.
I don't know if that's the largest undeveloped area in District 4, but there is a large area currently right there that doesn't have sewer available.
Okay. Commissioner Gamble, you've been patient.
And I'd like to just add, because as Judy said, essentially the county would have to upfront the cost for a regional lift station to facilitate development in an area. The county did approve, and Commissioner Burl and Cupid, you were on the board at this time, approved for the sewer line to be put up along Cobb Parkway in the northwest corner that serves the Pumpkin Vine sewer agreement area. However, one of the issues that we're having with developing in that area is because the property owners don't want to pay the sewer assessment fee to connect to the line that we put in because of the cost. But the county has already bore that cost to put in the sewer line to help facilitate development, but we still can't get people to connect because they don't want to pay the cost. We all know that Wellstar is coming up in that area. I personally spoke to representatives of Wellstar. They are not concerned about the language that is being proposed because we worked with them. They understand they will need a lift station to service, but they will be able to lift to Cobb Parkway and then flow by gravity. This code amendment change does not impact Wellstar being developed. So I think we're making more out of this because, again, what we're talking about will take other actions of the board.
Agreed.
That are going to be financially impactful down in the South Cobb area and potentially up in the northwest corner as well. But the language that's being proposed here does not stop those conversations.
I absolutely agree with you. Us not changing the language gets them no step closer. But Wellstar, we know, already has a path forward. The concern was the additional development that would be attracted near a health system. If you look at where we have health systems today, you see other ancillary development around it, which would need additional support, which I think was the concern shared, not necessarily directed concern from Wellstar leadership.
Well, and actually in that Pumpkin Vine agreement, it was explicitly stated in order for Pauline to treat it, it had to flow by gravity from the site. So that is kind of a requirement that the board at that time agreed when they took that agreement. And Judy has other sections of code that we're not going to discuss because we're getting too much in the weeds, that again, it's not maybe necessarily the lift station that's preventing some of our properties up in the northwest corner from being developed, but it's other aspects that they don't flow by gravity, which again, this code section does not address that. It just addresses the lift station.
I agree with you 100%. I think the issue is not necessarily impacting Willstar. It's about what this code would do for other surrounding development. And not just surrounding development, but development throughout the county. But I agree with you 100%. 100%.
What happens if something is in the city limits? They still get their water from us, so they
wastewater
still would
treatment.
have to go through the review process to be approved or not.
We follow the guidelines of our code when we look at lift stations applied for in the city limits.
Okay.
Commissioner Burrell, I will share. So essentially, we have a city that chose to override our recommendations, said they wanted a lift station. Since I have been in office, that lift station has failed twice. The homeowners have not been able to manage it, so that municipality has had to come in and fix the lift station issues. So we have had examples of where cities have come in and said, no, we're going to have you approve this, but then they have to take over responsibility of maintaining the lift station. And so I guess that is why number 3, if we're talking about tabling this, I think we should at least approve number 3 of the proposed code, because it says the county shall not accept ownership of private lift stations. So, I know we're now talking about tabling this, but I think we should approve that one specifically, because the county should not be taking ownership of private lift stations. And so that language clarifies our position clearly, where right now it is not that clear.
Okay, so is there agreement on A3? I'm just asking for consensus before we do. At least we can pull that out of the section.
Yes. And approve that.
I think, I like the idea of tabling it, but still strengthening that portion, so that sends a very clear signal to those that may have private lift stations today. It sends a clear signal we're not going to take it, but we still support them eventually. Has that been our practice, or that's being discouraged by this statement?
You said we wouldn't take it anyway. We wouldn't take ownership, or we wouldn't if they failed.
We're not. I'm hearing we haven't taken them.
We have not taken any.
No.
It would be a gratuity. That
But
would
do
be
we need to
our position is it
codify
would be a
it? Do we
gratuity,
need to
so we
codify
wouldn't
it?
take them. I don't think that it requires for it to be codified, but it helps staff in it being able to point to something when people call us and say, hey, come
Yeah.
help us, can you help us? And instead of just
I
saying we
support
can, it's
that.
not a gratuity, it's all, it's also in the code. But I don't know that it's required to be in the code.
Okay. Are there any other sections here that we do have agreement on?
I think we need to look at 4A, because again, it's talking about residential property. And it specifically says that is not a homeowners association.
I know of no other construct.
I think
I know
B
no
is,
other-
B is, or, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
B, again, is specifically stating that, it says properties served by the lift station, so we're not denying it. It has to then flow by gravity.
Going to be one?
I'm sorry,
4B.
4B.
Oh, four.
It's section
I
122,
skipped down to
126,
4.
B4,
I was just-
B4B.
I was just trying to pull sections that I thought we could agree on. Because to me, what we're not agreeing on right now is number 2.
Yes, so 4B doesn't change anything. It's clarifying language. Legal had advised that they felt like our language was not crystal clear and that would help to make sure that the requirement is crystal clear.
Wait a minute, we aren't agreeing on B2? You said number 2, or B2?
4B.
4B.
B4B. B
Yes, B4B. You're right.
And you're saying there's disagreement on B2, A2?
No, A2.
Okay.
I think we're kind of stuck on A2.
Are we good with A1?
That's just striking.
Do we, oh, okay, now I'm confused. I'm straight up. A2, have we facilitated A2? Have we facilitated a private company building a public lift station?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so there's disagreement about A2, there's agreement on A3.
I would recommend that if you're not going to approve A2, that you also not approve A1.
Okay. So we have A3 right now. And then I've heard support for B4B. And this is where it gets to be a little bit more technical for me.
I think we need to start at B1, because essentially that one, they're just saying which to that. And again, this is only addressing private lift stations.
Private lift stations that serve a single property may be acceptable owner. Just say it out loud, Commissioner Burrow. Just say it out loud.
I say we table it and come back. Leave it like it is with the director reviewing them and approving or denying.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I would still agree with A3, but I think that's where it should stop and everything else be tabled.
Okay.
Just my recommendation.
That gets
However,
us somewhere, and that's per the water system director's suggestion to keep that in.
Right, but there is things that start in B that then go back to private lift stations that I think we need to walk through. And again,
No, because it's just clearly stating that if you currently have a private lift station, the county shall not accept ownership, correct, of that lift station. So these are not new private lift stations. These are lift stations that are private and currently in place. And it clarifies that the county will not take ownership of those lift stations. Am I correct, Judy?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah. So it's not a predicate of anything else. It stands alone, that we're just not going to take it.
Okay. Right now, I have consensus on A3, and that's all I have consensus on for tonight. Commissioner Burrow suggested that we come back and table it. I would suggest that we do that. We've had a lot of discussion on this outside of here in work sessions. This is not a very easy section to absorb, but I do think that that at least helps with the issues that we have of the private lift stations that have challenges. They're aware that whoever owns those private lift stations needs to take ownership of their repair, and that it's not going to go to the county. All right, Commissioners, I am prepared to make a motion that we approve Section 122-126A3, and that we table the rest of Section 122.
Second.
I'm just, well, give me 1 second. Judy, I just want to make sure, I guess because it's the stormwater utilities part of 122. Just give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I get to the end. Okay, right now we're going to table 122-126, except for Section A3, subsection A3.
Second.
Okay,
Chair, table, I don't think is a term for us to be able to use. I mean, you're just withdrawing it from consideration for the next.
That's what I mean.
Code amendment. Yeah, sure.
do I need to,
I think we understand that if there's,
okay.
if the board
Is that
understands what that means.
understood by our clerks? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Formally withdrawing from consideration Section 122-126, except for subsection A3, the county shall not accept ownership of private lift stations. Okay.
And with that, if it would pass, since there's not two, two's eliminated, so now that 3 would actually become number 2. So.
I'm sorry, I'm reading and I'm not listening to one thing you just said.
3 becomes.
2's a brand new proposal that's not being passed. Only 3 is, so 3 will now become number 2.
What he said.
It'll just move up.
That's part of the motion. Okay, does your second still remain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there any discussion? All right, we're going to call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. We all agreed. Okay, we're going to go to the hard part of the night, which is the stormwater utility.
Chairwoman, we do have some other code amendments in section 1, in chapter 122 that are not related
Okay.
to stormwater. So those would be the remainder of the code amendments in chapter 122 utilities, article 2, water and wastewater systems.
I see 122-130, unless you're going to a section beforehand.
There's several in 122. There's 12257, 12284. So I
Okay.
think the easiest thing would be probably a motion that just adopts the remaining proposed amendments in chapter 122, article 2.
Article 2.
Yes.
Okay, and the stormwater utility begins at another article.
Yes.
Okay, so moved as presented.
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion? Okay, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Judy. Now we're getting to the stormwater utility. A lot of robust discussion. I'm just going to take whoever has questions or comments, and then we'll go from there. That is going to be page, well, yeah, definitions begin on 108.
Chairwoman, there are some amendments that are related to stormwater, but not related to the utility. So I don't know if we want to start with some of those
Yes,
first.
since that's going to be easier, give me 1 second. I have sections here, 83,
So, yes,
50, 83.
so we have amendments related to stormwater facilities and maintenance. That would be section 50-111, section 50-112, and then chapter 83.
Okay. Commissioners, do you need time to review those sections?
I'm not finding 108.
50,
50.
50, then 83.
And
Yes.
chapter 83 is the nuisance chapter.
We got to do 50 first.
Why don't we, these are a lot of different sections. I would feel more comfortable if we took it by
Well,
chapter
so
instead of doing multiple.
The issue is that if you we're moving nuisance language from one chapter to the other. So if you don't approve the
Thank you.
what's in 50, and you approve what's in 83, that's a problem, and then the other way around, it's if you don't want to strike it from 50 and then not add it to 83. Right.
So you're suggesting we do both at the same time?
Yes, I would suggest that you do section 5111, section 5112, and chapter 83 together.
Oh, 112. I don't have section 112 here, Judy.
Oh, do I have it written down wrong?
I have 50, 83, 110. Is it 110?
Was section 50-112.
Oh, 50-112.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that meant chapter.
Page 30.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
This is the part of the code we have to amend in order to implement the stormwater utility fee. No?
No, ma'am. So
This just gets to
this
maintenance.
is separate from the fee. This is about how we handle maintenance of stormwater facilities today. And we're moving some of these requirements. We're cleaning up the nuisance language to move it into the nuisance chapter, but this is completely separate from whether or not a stormwater fee is approved.
Okay, so what's the section of code that has to be changed to do that?
That would be our chapter 122, article 3 is the stormwater utility chapter and sections.
Oh, we already approved that.
Judy,
No, we haven't gotten to that yet. We did article 2, we haven't done article 3.
Judy, can I just say we're going to approve chapter 50 as opposed to saying subsection 112? There's a lot of subsections in 50.
There are some chapters in 50 that also address detention ponds, so I didn't know if you wanted to take the detention ponds. I thought we would do the nuisance language and then detention ponds, then the rest of 50, and then look at the stormwater utility.
Okay, are you comfortable, commissioners, moving forward as Judy just stated? And take it by subject area versus chapter, subsection. I mean, that sounds clear, just going to help walk us through the book. Okay, so tell us the first subsection was with respect to stormwater maintenance. Did you want to go to 112?
So the chapters related to stormwater maintenance and the nuisance language would be chapter 50.
Yes.
So section 50-111, section 50-112, and then all of the amendments in chapter 83.
Okay, 111, 112, and chapter 83. And I'm just going to ask you, did we not address section 50-71? Oh, there's no change. Yes, there's a change under 71, 102.
Yes, I was going to address those. They're the ones that aren't related to detention ponds or to the nuisance. I was going to do those as a bank after we handle those two kind of topics.
Okay, you help walk us through that. Okay, so Judy, state that again, and then I'm going to move as you present it.
Okay. I recommend that the board adopt the proposed amendments related to maintenance of stormwater facilities and nuisances in section 50-111, section 50-112, and chapter 83.
So moved as presented.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Okay. Yes.
Is that the no new detention ponds?
That was the next group I was going to.
Next, next, yeah.
So next, I would recommend that the board adopt the proposed amendments related to not accepting ownership of detention ponds in residential subdivisions in section 50-130 and chapter 110.
50-130 and 110, okay.
So moved.
Second, is there any discussion? Call the question.
We're on a roll now.
The motion carries 5-0.
It's getting late.
Okay.
I'm gonna add to my time
Okay.
prediction.
All right, please
All right.
continue.
Next, I'd like to recommend that the board adopt the proposed amendments in the remaining, adopt the remaining proposed amendments to Chapter 50. This includes, but is not
Yes.
limited to stormwater management,
Okay.
assessment districts, and trout streams.
All right, so moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Which chapter?
The remaining chapters that we didn't include in
Chapter 50.
So the beginning, the definition. And there's some other purpose and intent. Stormwater management standards, there's general, it's general language. General cleanup,
Yes.
you okay?
This is just Chapter 50.
I know.
The rest of it. It's really just general clip. It's not anything, I don't see anything material. I see general cleanup of language unless you want to share anything else.
Really, the most substantial thing in there is kind of the cleanup of the stormwater assessment districts.
Chapter 50, section 50-110. It's going to be on page 31.
Yes.
Okay, that's more clear. Okay, that's significant. All right, is everybody okay with those sections? All right. Did we have a motion? So moved as presented. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Again, the most material part is 50-110. If anybody needs to look at that quickly, it's regarding the assessment districts. All right, call the question. Okay, Commissioner Broll and Gamble are in opposition. Okay. And then we are now at the stormwater utility portion. Can you help me get to the page, Judy?
So, I don't have it as it is in the code book with me.
What section?
I have
83?
108, 109. Yeah, so it begins at Stormwater Management, Article 3, Definitions, 108. And this is the remaining portion of 122. Let me back up. Did we approve 122 outside of this initially?
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Okay. Then yes, we're just starting at 108 to the rest of the code section of 122. And this pertains to the stormwater utility. There were a number of questions that were shared by residents, and I want to go to just the most material ones. And forgive me, they not be in the order of which they were asked. Judy, can you help us understand how we came up with $4.75?
Sure. So I think we have a chart from the work session that I did on October 28th that shows what that funding goes to. So there's several different categories. The first category is just what would the fee need to be to meet our current budget. And so the fee per equivalent residential unit just for our current budget would be $2.57. And then, so we have what the fee would be to add some funding for additional items. The first one is additional positions and equipment. To add $1.1 million to our budget for that would raise the fee up to $287. The next one's additional funding for contracted pipe repairs on residential property. If we add $1 million to do $1 million more a year than what we're doing today, because we already spend about $3 million a year on pipe repairs on residential property, to add another $1 million to try to get caught up and stay caught up with with the number of repairs we have, that would raise the fee up to $3.15. The next is to fund some open channel maintenance, a short distance downstream of county pipes, and provide a limited amount of riprap to property owners to help them with erosion issues. And if we have added $1 million in the budget for that, that would raise the fee up to $3.43. The next one is increase lake storage volume purchase price. We have a program to help private dam owners if they will lower the permanent pool level in their lake to provide additional detention during storms, then we will help pay for that volume difference. But we haven't had anybody take us up that in a long time because what we offer right now is such a low amount. So we'd like to increase what we could offer for that. So to add $200,000 funding for that would raise the fee up to $3.49. The next one, additional funding for existing water system detention ponds. We are not keeping up with the detention ponds that we own today. So to mow the ones that we have regularly, we need $2 million, and that would raise the fee up to $4.05. Next, funding for future regional projects. We've done some regional projects in the past. We don't have any plan now. We don't have funding to look at that. So we need to start saving so that we can have an assessment done to look at where there would be appropriate places to put in regional detention or retention facilities. And so to add $1 million a year to start saving for that would raise the fee up to $4.33. And then the last item is to fund portion of stormwater pipe repairs in the right-of-way. If we add $1.5 million to that, would raise the fee up to $4.75. That is proposed. DOT currently pays for their drainage repairs in the right-of-way out of SPLOST. I think the current SPLOST is, I think it's a little over $10 million for the whole period, and they're spending $3 to $4 million a year right now. So they do not have enough funding through SPLOST to keep up with their repairs.
Okay. There was concerns that we just grabbed these numbers out of thin air. So you're telling us how you got to 475. Can you talk with us about how you even arrived to these? In fact, it's clear on, if you just look at the table, you looked at the annual expense. That's in that second column, and that helped you derive.
Yes, so we looked at the annual expense,
And the
and
monthly
then
fee.
we looked at, we have an analysis of how much impervious surface there is in unincorporated Cobb in the city of Mableton. So we know how much we have. So what would that fee have to be if we charged a certain amount for the square footage of impervious surface to get to these numbers?
Okay.
So we did this analysis based on the amount of impervious surface in the county.
Okay. We've had a lot of discussion about using consultants, not using consultants in the county. And how did you arrive to these numbers? Did you do that internally? Did we have additional support from a third party?
So we did this internally. We did have some assistance from one person that works for a consultant in our office, in our construction management services unit, that works in our stormwater division and helps us out there. So he works part-time through that. He did help us with this some. We did hire an outside firm to actually do the impervious surface throughout the county. So look at the GIS and determine how much impervious surface is on each property. That was done by an outside vendor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, did you have any related questions to that or comments? Okay, you can go ahead if you have another question.
I just wanted you, Judy, to address the water transfer, because the thought is the money or the funding that's being transferred to that account would more than satisfy or meet the needs of this proposal.
So the vast majority of the money that's being transferred is from water and sewer revenue. So even if we eliminated the transfer of this year, I have estimated that only $300,000 of that $11.3 million is from stormwater revenue. So if we eliminated it today, it would give us $300,000 extra a year for stormwater.
And how does that compare to how much you need for stormwater annually?
Well, our current budget's $9.2 million, so we need $9.2 million just to do what we're doing today.
Did you have another question, Commissioner Sheffield? Okay, Alan?
So to follow up on that, Judy, if the stormwater utility were to go into effect, the funds that are collected from the stormwater utility would be isolated. Would be in a separate account,
That is correct.
which means that those funds could not be subject to any type of transfer, or could they?
The way that the code language is proposed, the stormwater revenue could not be used for could not be transferred.
So right now, kind of as a secondary question, right now, everyone in Cobb County is paying into stormwater. They're either paying into their city stormwater utility or their unincorporated Cobb, and they're paying on consumption, or Mapleton, and they're paying on consumption. So everyone right now is being charged stormwater, correct?
Yes.
So this isn't a new fee, it's restructuring in order to isolate that into that account so it can be used specifically for stormwater maintenance.
That is correct. So the typical residential customer in Cobb uses 5,000 gallons of water a month. And so that customer now is paying $2.24 a month for stormwater. And when the rates go up in January, would be paying $2.34 a month for stormwater under our current rate structure.
Okay, and just for clarification, once Cobb adopts a stormwater utility, the fee that is currently being paid will be removed, and everyone will pay the lower rate that the cities that have their own utility pay. And it would only be the $4.75. So it's not an additive $4.75, it's replacing what's already being paid for stormwater.
That's correct.
Okay. And just real quick too, because you mentioned it, I know it was brought up that the rates of stormwater, the rates of water have gone up. I just want to make sure that I'm accurate, that we clarify that that's only costs that we've had to absorb or pass on because of the cost of water that we buy has gone up.
Well, other things have gone up as well. So it also includes our cost of chemicals, biosolids disposal, just general inflation costs, and the cost, our capital improvement, construction projects are going up. So also funds capital with that increase.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify that, yes, we're replacing what people already pay with stormwater with the new structure, but we're adding on additional services. Because the issue has been, you're putting in a stormwater utility, if you wanted to just really get to what people are doing today, we would stop at that 9.2 million. But if we put this in place, residents have said, we want something for that stormwater utility. And businesses have said, we want something for that stormwater utility if you're going to make us pay for it. So there was consideration for these additional services that will allow us to do more than we can do today. I just don't want to give residents the impression that their bill is going to just be offset and there won't be any increase. There will be some increase to allow us to do more. But now we have a better structure to more fairly allow us to do more. And to just more fairly even do what we're doing today, because it's not fair to charge stormwater based off of consumption. It's just not right. You said something about 224 and 234 existing.
So
A
the
pre-existing
typical
rate.
residential customer in Cobb uses 5,000 gallons of water and sewer a month. So that's what that typical residential customer is paying currently per month for stormwater. So if they use more water, they pay more. If they use less water, they pay less, but that's kind of a typical.
And 234.
$2.34 is what the typical customer will be paying for stormwater January 1st.
Come January with the new rate.
Mhm.
Versus $2.24. Okay. Judy, there were comments around mapping the current system to find out where pipes are. Can you address that?
Certainly, be happy to. So we do have all of the stormwater structures mapped in Cobb County, unincorporated Cobb and City of Mapleton. They're mapped, actually, we went beyond what's required by the state, and we mapped both public and private lines. Those were mapped, they've been mapped for years. We continue to add them to our GIS when new development comes in. So they are in our GIS. When they were started mapping them years ago, what wasn't done is identifying what's public responsibility and what's private responsibility.
Okay.
So the majority of pipes on a residential property, we do maintain. So if it was put in, the pipe was put in when the subdivision was developed by the developer, when the roads went in and the sewer went in and the water went in, those pipes that went in with that, and they're shown, so they would be shown on the plat when they went in with that. We do maintain those pipes. Sometimes pipes were extended or put in after the subdivision was accepted, so those pipes are not shown on the plat. Those pipes we do not maintain on residential property.
Is there an effort underway to try to identify what is publicly our responsibility and
Yes,
and what
so,
privately the rest?
so it
Okay.
will take quite a bit of time to go through the whole county and pull up every residential property and then pull up the plat with that property and check what's on the plat versus what's in our mapping system. Will take quite some time. We are in the process of doing that.
Do we have ability to do that on a case-by-case basis if something occurs, than to just look at that one particular pipe?
So we do that now. So if
Okay.
somebody calls us and they say that they're having a problem on their property, that's the first thing we do. We pull up the GIS, we look at the GIS, and then we pull the plat and we look at the plat.
Okay. There's been an assertion that there is no stormwater plan in place. Do we have any plan that addresses our stormwater management?
So we do. We have a plan that we're required to submit to the state. So we submitted our stormwater management plan that outlines our program and how we're going to comply with our MS4 permit to EPD in 2025. We submitted that and it has been approved by EPD.
Okay. Right, just going through to see what other significant. Then there was a question about us having the legal authority to have a stormwater utility. That may be a question for you, our county attorney.
And stormwater utilities have been around for a number of years now. I mean, most recently, they call it Homewood 2, which has come out of Athens Clark Unified Government. That was first tested in 2013, and the Georgia Supreme Court said that this is a fee, not a tax, and they allowed that to move forward. Most recently, the Georgia Supreme Court just past October of 2025 ruled again in what they refer to as Homewood 2, which was another challenge regarding the fee as a fee rather than a tax. They affirmed their previous ruling, and a lot of, not all of the information, but a lot of what our code is based on is based upon not just Homewood, but Judy and her team has done a really great job of looking at other ones that have gone through litigation and reviews that language within our code section.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I want to share that a stormwater utility is not a panacea for all stormwater issues in the county. It finally gives us funding to more robustly start to address these more systematically in ways that we could not before. So all of our stormwater issues are not going to go away. I think a comment was shared, we had opportunity to do this 20 years ago and perhaps address some things. We didn't start then, but we could start today to begin to address these needs. And someone said maybe the fees might go up. I don't know if they will or won't, but I think we have the opportunity to begin to do something today with what we have. And we have a plan in place that says that we can begin to address these annual expenses in these service areas with the $4.75 fee that's in place. There's one last thing, because I'm very sensitive to a number of the homeowners that talked about when new development comes, that's when they start having issues. And they were saying it's unfair to residents to have to shoulder what a developer is doing and these additional stormwater issues that they are causing for existing residents. Can you talk through that? Is there anything beyond what we can do today? I know we address stormwater often in zoning. It becomes one of the main issues that we have, because we try to safeguard it, but yet we still have development, maybe, I don't know if it's past development, new development that we're zoning, but we still have those stormwater issues.
Right.
Yeah.
So our requirements for new development actually exceed the state's minimum requirements for stormwater. There's a Georgia Stormwater Management Manual that has requirements, and we actually go a little bit above that. So we have very strong requirements, but it's a tough issue because when you add development, it does impact runoff. So there is detention, and we have strong detention requirements, but at the end of the day, there's always going to be you limit the flow that can go out, so the flow level to only be a certain amount, but the total volume over time is going to be more. So it is a difficult issue.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Commissioners, I don't know if you have any other questions. Those are the main questions that I highlighted. Okay, not hearing it. Oh, Commissioner Gambrill?
No, I'm just going to add on to this development standard in the stormwater, and everyone received an email, and the gentleman spoke back in '23 when we were considering this, and essentially a new development went into his house. No offense to Judy's staff, but essentially they said, well, this is the low point. We're going to put a 24-inch pipe here, and he can discharge his stormwater right into the back of his house. He lives on a multi-acre tract. Now, thank goodness he was the developer, he reached out to me. The developer was willing to redirect the stormwater, but there was no easement, there was nothing obtained by that developer nor the county to allow stormwater to flow across his property. I have a similar story. I never gave the developer permission to have stormwater, but now my backyard is slowly eroding away because of the development behind me. So while I hear this, I also have another development that used to be in floodplain, and they've now raised that property 12 to 15 feet. I can guarantee you those existing older subdivisions that we keep wanting to blame for stormwater problems will more than likely be flooded the next major rain event we have. To no effect of their own, but because our manual said, sure, go ahead, lift the property 15 feet, essentially dam up the water that used to flow there, which is going to throw it back on those existing properties. So then we're just going to have more stories like we did with, it was Mr. and Mrs. Smith, where they had the property damage. So while I understand, I agree with the constituents of, there is no real plan here, because the bottom line is we're going to continue to approve pipes discharging onto another property without a stormwater easement that's going to remain unchecked, that is just going to continue to exacerbate the problem. I also have an issue, instead of charging our commercial properties a fee, why don't we make them get their stormwater detention facilities to work? It's amazing how many detention ponds the water flows around. I challenge everybody the next time it rains, go and watch these commercial developments. The water's not flowing to the ponds. Yes, we have inspectors go out and say, oh, yep, they built the pond, it's about in the place where it should be. But it's on the high point of the property and the water runs around it. So again, you're talking about overburdening our system. It's because these detention ponds that are supposed to collect the water to then slow down the flow aren't functioning as designed.
Okay.
So instead of the county collecting it, make the individual commercial property owners fix their detention ponds that aren't functioning as designed.
How do we get there? How do we get there and still robustly address ongoing stormwater issues?
Well, I'm sure we've heard from many neighbors that have reported where upstream detention ponds aren't working.
Okay.
So until those are fixed, you're always going to have downstream issues. And then again, The county approved a private detention pond behind us to discharge into our private lake. So those 10 homeowners around that lake are now having to deal with the issues from the detention that the county approved to run off. Now, remember, not all the water goes there anyways.
Okay.
But the water that does go there, that's supposed to be piped, those homeowners are responsible for the damage that is now being done. So you can't go back and make the 34 homeowners adjacent to us fix the detention pond because, again, the county approved the detention pond to drain into our lake, which then flows into Mud Creek, which then is going to continue to flood downstream and into South Cobb.
Do we just accept this? Do we not see an opportunity or path forward to address some existing challenges if we have detention ponds that aren't working, if water's not flowing properly, and still not do something to address these issues that we know are still occurring? I don't think those issues should happen, but I also think that knowing about it is one thing, putting policy in place or budget in place. We approve a budget every year. We could approve funding to address those on a recurring basis. You know, knowing is half the battle. I appreciate you specifying those things. I just want us to get from just knowing that we have stormwater issues to us doing something about it.
So part of the proposed positions is additional inspections to be able to go out and inspect more of these private ponds.
But the inspections aren't going to fix the problem. And I guess where I get very frustrated is when the development adjacent to me was happening, I went to the county. I mean, I had pictures, I had documents, and I'm like going, hey, the water's flowing to me. And all they said is, there's the detention pond. So I can relate with a lot of these homeowners that have said pretty much the county has laughed at them or told them it's not their problem, because I have lived through that.
Understood.
Now, thank goodness for Rob Hozak and the fact that I continue to stand at that podium, and Chairman Olins at the time got tired of listening to me, and that is when they came and ended up putting a swale just behind my house. Now, while that took some of the water away, it didn't stop the water that was coming further up from still flowing through. So I can't imagine the issues I would have today if they hadn't done that one small correction. But again, I had to fight tooth and nail to get that done.
Yes.
So I can relate to these homeowners. So, you know, is it a policy? Is it a practice? But again, even if we go out and inspect these detention ponds and say, you know what, the water's running around them, what enforcement do we have to do to make the property owner correct it? Because we signed off on that detention pond decades ago when that CO was issued.
Okay.
And again, I challenge you to go out and go to these commercial entities or even subdivisions and watch how the water flows around detention ponds. Because I can almost guarantee you, if the water went to the ponds, because remember, we don't design them to minimum standards. We design them to 110%. And if the ponds were functioning as designed, we have a pretty good guess that we wouldn't be having the flooding we are today. So this fee, to me, yes, it's all good. It's going to allow Judy to put in new pipes, but it is still not going to address the unchecked stormwater that is the most damaging and impacting to homeowners.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, Commissioner Irwin.
I just want to state that I understand and agree with everything Commissioner Gamble just said. However, I think we're in a position where the question is not an either or, it's more of a both and. And as Chairwoman said, this isn't the silver bullet. There's also a lot of work we have to do on being smart with new development. But doing.
This is not a dialogue with those in the audience. I'm sorry.
But I will say the position of do nothing does not solve a problem. The inspections may just be a first step, but it's a very needed first step to start thinking of how we can correct some of the things we have. So when we talk about slow the flow and how do we do this, we're trying to put in a mechanism to fund supporting our community differently and better, which is a completely different position than let's just do nothing and continue to talk about what our neighbors are going through. To me, this creates a mechanism to start helping our neighbors that are having these issues. Even though it may not be the end all, it is a start where doing nothing is just no longer an option.
Commissioner Sheffield.
And, I just want to add, for the past, I think, 2 decades or even greater, there's been an effort to try and address stormwater. And here we are 20-plus years later, still trying to address this issue. And with some of the experiences we heard from both the audience and from Commissioner Gambrell, my only thought is if we had addressed it sooner, would they have been impacted in the way that they have been? I don't know. Perhaps there would have been some minimal impact, but perhaps there would not have been any at all. But if we don't do anything, then nothing will change. And we heard that shared earlier by someone in the audience. This is the first step. Is there an opportunity for us to implement policy to address some of those issues that Gambrell and others brought up? Oh, absolutely there is. And I would imagine that, that we will address those issues. But not doing anything is not an option. So let's just assume we don't do anything. What type of impact are we looking at in the next 5 to 6 to 7 years? I remember the flooding in East Cobb just some years ago, and we had residents to speak at the commissioners' meeting, and they were very upset, and rightfully so. And even when we hosted the town hall in my district, there were some experiences shared that should not have been. And it is unfair to the homeowner. So there's definitely an opportunity for us to do something, and I think that this is a start in the right direction. Because not doing anything is an option. On the one hand, we're asked to address the issue and fix the issue, and the county should be held accountable. Well, this is the county trying to be accountable. I mean, expenses are going up, the money that we're bringing in is not sufficiently covering the expenses. So something has to be done, and I think this is a good start.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow.
I know I sound like a broken record, but I have been advocating to eliminate, reduce, and eventually eliminate the water transfer from day one in 15 years. We got it down incrementally, and in 2016, when we rolled back the millage to match the increase in the digest, the next year it went back up to 10%. It was at 6%. Now, with the last 2 chairs, we've started all over again, and now it is down to 4. And that's equivalent to about $11 million. And I know you keep saying that the amount that is being charged for stormwater would not cover the amount that we're transferring out to the general fund. And I understand that. But had we not been doing that, I know it's legal and I know it's been done since 1998 before any of us were here. But I know if we had not done that, we'd have a lot more money to be addressing all this now, or for the past 20 years, if it's been done since 98. And at that point, when it was at 10%, it was equivalent to about 21 million a year going out to the general fund. So that would have been your 17 million plus. So I can't justify any increase. I've never voted for a water rate increase. as long as we're transferring money out that's generated in water to the general fund. I just can't. So, I do think that this is a step forward as far as making it a separate enterprise fund that can only be used, the money generated can only be used for stormwater to cover these costs, okay?
Thank you
So
for
I do think that's a good positive for if this passes.
Thank you.
I don't like the way the HOAs will be charged by impervious, because that could be a great expense that HOAs will have to pay monthly in addition to their fees for their amenities now. They'll also be assessed to be able to cover the HOA. And the individual homeowners are already going to be paying the $475. So I have a problem with that. And I also think, I don't want to say this is kicking the can down the road, but if this passes, I don't think it should start until 2027. We've got a lot of other stuff going on next year, and I think it's may hurt other things that we've got to pass. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your comments, and I understand the sensitivity to the impact that this could have on businesses and planning next year. My only concern is if we wait till 2027, we'll have to educate people about it right at the same time that they're voting on the next law. So they're going to be hearing about it concurrent with considering, us renewing that program. So that's my only concern. And I think that if they have this runway from this year, we've been talking about this for the past 2 years, and there was a comment made, I didn't mention it in my 2023 remarks, but I sure enough did mention it in this year's remarks about the stormwater utilities. So I think people know that this was brewing behind the scenes, and I'm hoping that they will have enough runway to move that forward. And I do appreciate the fact that we finally pulled this out of our water and sewer rates, and appreciate you acknowledging that. With that, Commissioners, if there are no other comments, I'm going to call the question. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a motion, sorry. We've been here so long.
Yes. Yes.
Judy, can you state the motion, and then I will move as presented.
Okay. I recommend that the board adopt the proposed amendments to Chapter 122, Utilities, Article 3, Stormwater Management, revised as follows. I do have some revisions from some comments that we've received in the last couple of days.
Okay.
Revise Section 122 can you put these on the, I sent you a slide. Yeah, yes, if you could put the slide. I have a slide. I gave the board members a hard copy, but I also have a slide. Revised Section 122-304B1, which defines the water system stormwater facility maintenance responsibilities, to read as that are located in drainage easements dedicated to the public on single-family residential property not owned by a homeowners association and are shown on the recorded subdivision final plat, except that the county does not maintain open channels outside the public water influence zone, bodies of water with a permanent pool level and/or any associated dam, or any systems or facilities that are located in a development with private streets. And add Section 122-304B6 to read as that are located in a recorded drainage easement in an instrument other than a plat, dedicated to and expressly accepted by the county.
So moved.
Okay, I'm just reading what she sent me. I'm sorry, I've heard you. I'm just looking at the text. Thank you. So moved as presented.
Second.
Are there any comments or questions? Call the question. The motion carries 3-2. Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Judy.
With that, I believe, are we done with code amendments, Jessica, or do we have any? Okay. We have a whole Board of Commissioners meeting. Jerez, I want to, we have public comment.
No, I mean,
Yes, for code, yes, ma'am, yes. All right, so why don't we go ahead and take a recess for a couple of minutes while people clear the room, and then we'll resume.
still here. And his thing got pulled.
He's done. Come on, Bill. Waiting on you. I'm handcuffing her to the chair.
Good evening and welcome back to our Cobb County Board of Commissioners regular meeting this November 20th, 2025. We have concluded our public hearing and now are at our first public comment, and I will turn things over to our county attorney.
Thank you, Chairwoman. As the board provides the podium for public comment, it's appropriate to review some of those related meeting rules. Please state your name and if you're speaking on behalf of an organization. All comments should be made to the commission as a body and addressed through the chair. Public comment is not a dialogue with the board, but an opportunity for speakers to provide their comments to the board. Comments should not be slanderous. The board encourages, regardless of the topic, for the audience to be respectful and courteous of all the speakers. Everyone attending this meeting should give others both the right to listen and to be heard by treating each other with civility. Statements made during the public comment portion do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the board or the administration of Cobb County government. And there's a timer on the podium for your 3 minutes. Chairwoman, I'll go through this list. Some of the people obviously may have already left. Debbie Fisher, Jeffrey Sims, Christine Rosman, Donald Barth, Denny Wilson, there she is.
Yes. It's an award.
Denny Wilson. You know, you guys got to get better, I mean, with these public hearings. I mean, what is your work session for? I mean, because you guys come in here, you spend an hour on the first issue you talked about, then you spent almost 45 minutes on stormwater. I mean, y'all got to get better. Come on now. You got 4 women up there. I mean, 5 with Dr. McMorris. Women should be more coordinated. I mean, seriously now. I mean, I'm just saying, what do you do in the work sessions that you got to come in here and spend an hour talking about an issue that you're voting on when you should have already discussed that in your work session? I mean, come on now, bear with us. I mean, I'm ready to go home. But anyway, the stormwater issue that the county attorney mentioned, it started in early 2000 when the federal government changed the regulations for stormwater. And Athens and Clark County were the first one to implement a stormwater fee, which was in 2005. So that's what goes back to stormwater. Athens sued in 2013, and it went all the way, well, they sued short of that, but in 2013, it went all the way to the Georgia Supreme Court. And the Georgia Supreme Court ruled that it is not a tax, that it is a fee, and it can be charged. And as I've said earlier, I'm not against a stormwater fee. I'm just against how you guys are doing it. But you guys have voted to implement it. I get that. And I'm hoping that it works, but I just don't think that it will, because I don't think that it's going to be enough money to cover the amount of people in Cobb County. Y'all got almost 800,000 people and growing. And if you think that $4.53 per household is going to cover stormwater, then your next big storm, you're going to find out. I mean, Commissioner Sheffield, you approved the development at the corner of Mableton Parkway and South Gordon Road. I need you to go by there and look at it. I need you to go look at what they've done that they say. I haven't seen a detention pond or a retention pond there. And they've stacked bricks up along the side of South Gordon, and it's uphill. So when the water runs, it's going to run downhill. And those people's homes are going to be flooded. And guess what? Almost every townhome in there is sold. I walk through there every other day. But I need you to go take a look at it, because somebody needs to
Ms.
let
Wilson,
them
I'm
know
sorry,
that's not the fix.
your time's up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Jennifer Ragsdale. Mr. Harfoot.
Hello, my name's Craig Harfoot, and I'm very disappointed. This wasn't ready. I mean, it's all on residential, and you figured out it's going to be arbitrary 475 when you used to talk about how much impervious surface it was. Anyway, so where's the fee on the airport impervious surface? Where's the fee on all the commercial properties? You didn't show a nickel coming in from that. What's up with that? You're going to charge all the little people first? You're trying to create enough stress to make a bunch of homes go vacant, so your buddy Mike Parrish that came up there all smiling because you passed it? You know, the lift station? Come on. The one thing that Judy said, you got to put the infrastructure in if you're going to do it. South Cobb is at the bottom of the hill. You built, God, when your development happened, they had built this sewer tunnel. And they jacked up our fees real high on stormwater and sewage and all that stuff just to drill this thing. And it goes to the Quarles plant. Well, that's uphill from South Cobb. And all this area, yeah, they just dumped everything in this granite tunnel. It goes down there. And that you guys are up there without a clue that you don't even know where to tell the developers that you got gravity. If she can't tell them, this is where you can build and use what we got, and they want to build something somewhere else that it won't work, and your code's written the way it is, it's insane, totally insane. And, you know, all these years, you know, where I live on high ground. There's federal land across from me in St. Leon's. Well, they traded it. They built all these big houses. They put a lift station in down there. I don't know if it's covered by you or them, but they pump it up to the driveway, and then it goes all the way down to Little Willio lift station. Well, then they made a deal where it can go over to the Willio Fulton County plant. And, you know, if it fails, they let it go there. Well, the Willio plant's always dumping sewage in the river. It stinks. It's Fulton County. It's right next door. It's not a half mile from the lift station. But anyway, you know, you have not made a plan. You don't even have the funds to make a plan. And let all the people that have the problems make videos like I made and I sent to you, and I don't know that you bothered to watch them, but there's going to be where you get all the information.
Mr. Harfoot, your time's expired. Dave Morgan, Steve Cox, Susan Streffen. That's it.
Good evening. I wanted to follow up on the notice that I sent to you. Included with it is a list of people who had signed also, but it's just a list of names and the dates. I had given that to Pamela and want that put on the record. And I'm in a subdivision that has tennis courts and such, so I don't know how much that increase is going to be. But really, the issue is the mismanagement of money. And I'm thankful to you, Joanne, for talking about there should be no reason that you would take the money out just because you could. That should have been a rule changed a long time ago to not take that money out. So you've created the problem. You've created the problem, and now you're coming back to the homeowners, and you're not even supposed to infringe on our private rights, and our homes and our property are our private rights. Your purpose is to protect our private rights, not rob us. And I thank you also, Kelly, for you sharing that you are one that's had the very problem that so many others have talked about. I'm fortunate that I'm halfway down the hill, but we had that issue. We had to pay for it to be fixed years ago. So I just don't think you're going to manage the money properly. I think you'll find some other way to abuse rather than fix. Because you've had 20 years and you haven't fixed it. Thank you.
There's no other speakers.
All right, that concludes our public comment, and we are now at our consent agenda. The matters on consent are voted on in bank, and I believe we were supposed to have an add-on. Were we supposed to, do you mind this? Okay, thank you. I'm seeing, I think I have it. Okay. I think I have 3 right here. I'm missing, here it is. No?
Oh, good. The annexation? No.
Yes, we do have 4 add-ons to the consent agenda. Commissioners, I will make a motion that we first add agenda item number 36, which is to authorize application to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for FIFA Counter Unmanned Aircraft System Grant to enhance the county's ability to detect, assess, and mitigate unauthorized drone activity associated with the 2026 FIFA World Cup and other large-scale special events. Is there a second to add that to consent? All right, is there any, that's okay, any comments or questions? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Commissioners, I also move that we add agenda item number 37 to consent, which again is to request authorization to apply for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's FIFA World Cup grant program to support public safety and emergency preparedness efforts associated with the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Second.
All right, we have a second. Is there any additional discussion? Call the question. Commissioners, I move that we add agenda item number 38, which is to authorize the application for and acceptance of grant funding under the fiscal year 25 Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. And Commissioners, I move that we authorize settlement of workers' compensation claim on behalf of Wycliffe Lewis there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Commissioners, I would like to note that there have been matters pulled from consent, which include Parks item, Parks item number 10. I have 10 here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. And this is regarding the 5 parcels under Parks. And then we have Economic Development item number 17 pertaining to economic incentives. Commissioners, are anybody else observing any changes needed to the consent agenda? Or for our clerk? Yes, Commissioner Gamble.
I'd like to pull item number 7, but given the time of night, I don't know if we want to have discussion or if we just want to pull it and have it for the next meeting.
Why don't we just pull it from consent for now? Okay. We'll get to see where discussion goes. Okay, is there anything else? Pam, did I catch everything? Oh, Angela, thank you. With that, Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent. Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I have to do discussion after you make the
Okay.
motion for consent.
I didn't know you had something else to add. With that, I'm going to continue the motion. I'm going to continue with my motion, which is to approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, noting that we have withdrawn agenda items 10 and 17 from the agenda, and that we are pulling agenda item number 7 under transportation from the consent agenda. Is there a second? Is there any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I'm opposed to number 15,
Okay.
moving 2 code enforcement officers to planners.
Okay, so we're going to note Commissioner Burrow's opposition to 15.
And can I ask why 17 was pulled? I didn't hear that that was going to be pulled. The Home Depot
It was
part?
pulled in my request.
Pardon?
It was pulled in my request.
It's in
Okay,
his district.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
I'd asked for it to be
Okay,
pulled until next meeting.
thank you. I didn't hear that till just now.
Oh.
That it was
Oh,
going to
okay.
be pulled, I didn't know. Okay. That's all I have.
All right, any other discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0, and again, observing that we pulled number 7 and noting Commissioners Burrow's opposition to agenda item number 15. That will then take us to, Drew, still here. That will now take us to the item that we just pulled from consent, which is agenda item number 7.
The item number, good evening, Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager, Drew Ressler, DOT. The item that was pulled from consent, number 7, that item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize rate adjustments for streetlight district monthly service charges effective January 1st, 2026.
Thank you. Commissioner Gamble, did you have any questions or comments regarding that?
Yes, I've been having a lot of discussions with Bill Volkman today, and I'm not sure if he's still here.
He's here.
He is still here. However, I haven't been able to go through all the emails, but part of my concerns is the way we're doing this. Again, I don't have all the details in front of me, but essentially, this fee is covering 4 positions within the county. And to me, this streetlight fee is just supposed to be a pass-through of what Georgia Power, Cobb EMC charge us. So the fact that we have 4 engineers on that, 1 for each of the districts, I think that's what Bill, I think that's what Bill sent to me today. Like I said, I haven't pulled up all that information. But I don't know if the board remembers, but in 2018, the rate was reduced, and then we actually paused the rate for, it was 5 or 6 months because we had built up such a reserve. So I was a little surprised that we're now running at a deficit. And I understand rates are going up, but the amount the rates are going up compared to the fee that's being increased, it just doing simple math, it was like 15, but this is almost a 30% increase. And I kind of find it hard to believe we burned through the reserve as quickly as we did. But then if part of that fee is covering positions, those positions are already covered in our budget. So there were just a lot of things that I was having problems with, and again, because of other issues today, I haven't had conversations with Drew or Bill Volkman on this.
I'd be glad to give an overview if that would be helpful of the positions, the structure of the program. So, some of the dates, absolutely correct, and some of those precede my time. But since I've been in position, the streetlight district fee is a fee charged on streetlight districts that just funds those activities within those districts. Now that includes the primary, the SLD1, which is the largest. Those are neighborhood streetlight districts. Additionally, within here and some of these fee adjustments are for the CID streetlight districts. So Town Center and Cumberland each have enhanced streetlight districts that have funding just for those property owners within those CIDs that fund the lights, again, just within those CIDs. And so there are 4 staff members. They're not all engineers. Actually, there's only 1 engineer within that group. The 4 staff members that manage the streetlight program. One is the overall streetlight manager. There is an engineer 1 who is charged with design of projects. So as there are new streetlight districts or modifications or things going on in some of the CID streetlight districts that we have an engineer, we have a GIS manager. There are tens of thousands, I don't have the number in front of me, but tens of thousands of lights across the county. So they manage the GIS layer of those districts. And then there is an accountant that manages the expense and revenue within those. But the vast majority of revenue outside of those 4 positions, all of the revenue goes back into paying for those lights. The majority of our lights are Georgia Power, and then Cobb EMC, and then some of the other providers throughout. Georgia Power specifically, their rates just since 2023 have gone up depending, and it's very dependent on the type of light, have gone up between 24 and 32% over that time frame. Our fund balance in January of 2024 was $2.74 million. In August of 2025 was $1.42 million. To the point of the fund balance has gone down because we're operating at a net deficit month over month because of those charges. And so what is proposed here, we have done, and historically that fund balance has been very healthy and have had to do rate holidays in order to burn funds down so that we weren't building up an unnecessary amount of funds, because those funds can only be used for streetlight district purposes. So the item here, because of those power charges, those lease power charges have gone up on us and have driven those costs down, and we are operating at a monthly deficit. It will require, in order to be able to keep those lights on very, very soon, we're recommending January 1st here. There's a little bit of time after that, but there's not much. If we don't adjust rates soon, we will have to, we will go red in that fund.
Well, and this is where I'm struggling, because according to Bill Volkman, we actually went in the red in 2024 by $294,000, and then in 2025, so far, $604,000.
Yes.
So,
and have used fund balance to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't.
So we've been using fund balance.
That's right. Burning down fund balance in the monthly deficit.
And I guess this kind of goes back to, I kind of find it hard to believe we've got a fund balance that we've been burning down through, because again, we put the moratorium because we were over collecting funds. But I have more questions. Let me find that email.
While Commissioner Gamble's looking for more information, Commissioner Burrow.
Drew, when we separated out the streetlight fund from the general fund, because the general fund was subsidizing it, and then we broke it out separate. Did that include positions at that time?
The positions are within that fund, so the board would have approved that. I assume it was consistent with that timing.
Okay, so they've been there all along.
Yes, we have not transferred positions into that
Okay.
fund.
So we approved it
Right.
like that.
And so I know, I believe just recently, we approved 3 or 4 streetlight districts, but how many do we average a year that we approve?
In terms of new, so the 3 or 4 new streetlight districts, I would have to go back and look, because there's 2 different ways that we get a new streetlight districts. There's the petition process that comes before the Board of Commissioners. There's another process that the board does not necessarily see, in that when a new development, a new subdivision comes in, the developer has the ability by code to build those build the roadways out, build streetlights, and then turn those streetlights over to the county, at which point that new neighborhood becomes a rate-paying streetlight district.
So, and for those new installation periods, our new installation, are we still charging them for a 3-year period?
So the 3-year period, so again, the 2 different paths. So when a developer builds a new subdivision that has streetlights within it, the developer covers that upfront capital cost. And then when they turn it over to us, that transition process includes whoever the power provider is, let's say Georgia Power. As they turn it over to us, they say, hey, Georgia Power, you now need to charge for these new streetlights, charge the county for that. So that acceptance, that 3-party acceptance process happens. There's no capital funding there. When there is a petition process, there is a 3-year, $6 a month available to that petition process. So neighborhood comes to us, says, we'd love to have streetlights. And so our engineer does a design within that, looks at the photometrics of what's the spacing needed for where those poles go. They design out that neighborhood, they take that back and they say, hey, there's gonna need to be 7 new poles, 6 lights can be co-located on existing utility poles. Those 7 new poles come at a cost of however many $1,000. And then the code allows for up to 3 years, $6 a month within that district for the capital costs. Anything above and beyond that, the neighborhood is required by code to come out of pocket for that. So it's just for that upfront capital on a petition process that 3-year period is applicable.
So I'm not seeing that upfront capital cost being adjusted on this fee schedule.
That's correct. That would take a code amendment. It's a separate code policy. This is just for the operating fees for existing lights as they exist today. As those costs have gone up, to that other question, because presumably, to the question, if the cost of power has gone up, the cost of capital has gone up too. And you're absolutely right there. And the way that has gone is, as that capital, the amount that they can pay through their streetlight district fee to cover that capital is capped currently. It could be adjusted, but as that cost has gone up, the neighborhood is expected to pay more up front. So whatever that delta is, the neighborhood is responsible for the delta above and beyond what can be collected for that 3-year period.
And who does that billing?
All of our billing goes through Cobb Water.
And so Cobb Water would know that those homeowners would need the additional fee?
So, and that's part of the coordination that our staff covers is working through that process with Cobb Water billing on making sure that the correct parcels are billed initially at the correct amount. So it'd be the 380 plus the 6 or the 4 plus the 6 for however long. And then they track at the end of that, these parcels have met their time frame. It needs to drop back down to the 380 or $4 rate that's proposed here.
And is that communicated to the homeowners before they have the streetlights put in when they petition for the streetlights?
That's all part of the petition process. So we tell them, hey, if approved, there's an upfront fee of X, which covers the delta, a monthly fee that will be $380 plus 6 for the 3-year period, after which time it would go down to the regular rate, which again currently is $380, proposed to be $4.
And then how can you account for the billing on the water bill for all the property owners who aren't on Cobb Water?
So they are not on Cobb Water, but Cobb Water does bill them. I saw that question come through, talked to our streetlight manager. Cobb Water does bill those non-water properties with a non-water streetlight only bill. Okay. I phoned a friend, she said yes.
So originally, there were only 2 part-time employees in DOT that were over this, and so now you're saying we're up to 4, correct?
So I can't speak for the entire life of the program. I believe the Streetlight District program started sometime in the 80s overall. In terms of when positions were funded, how is before my time. But as long as I've been with Cobb DOT back to 2011, there has been at least the 3 positions of a streetlight manager, a GIS technician, and an accountant. Now, I don't know exactly when the engineer was added. We can look at those positions, but I'm not aware of a time where it was only 2 part-time funded positions that managed the district. Because, again, there's the petition process, there's the billing, there's the accounting, and the accountant may have, again, come on. I'll have to go back and look and see when, but to my knowledge, there's always been at least those 3 positions.
And the manager's always full-time.
Yeah, Jeff Burns, if y'all remember him, who worked here for 30 years, was our streetlight district manager.
And then how much money is Cobb County paying for their streetlights on roadways outside of neighborhoods? Do we keep separate accounting for that?
We keep separate accounting. So we call them general fund lights. So these would be the lights underneath bridges, along arterial corridors, or in serious curves that have a safety risk. Those are in our general fund budget. So if we walked through our budget, there would be the SLD funds that are segregated just for streetlight districts. And there would be our general fund streetlight program that funds those, again, those areas that are outside of a streetlight district but are funding streetlights on the public right-of-way.
Are there any other comments or questions? All right, Commissioners, I move that we approve this agenda item as it has been presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
This now takes us, I believe, to our regular agenda. And water system tab is up first.
Hi. I'm back. The water system recommends that the board establish the stormwater service fee, approve the Cobb County Water System schedule of rates, charges, and fees to become effective June 1st, 2026, and approve establishment of single-year and multi-year stormwater enterprise funds. The water system recommends establishing a stormwater fee of $4.75 per equivalent residential unit of 3,700 square feet of impervious surface, with a residential stormwater fee of $4.75 a month, which is 1 ERU, and a non-residential stormwater fee, which would be a fee calculated by dividing the square footage of impervious area of the property by 3,700 square feet, then multiplying by the 1 ERU fee of $4.75.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioners Burrow and Gamble in opposition.
Our second item, the water system recommends that the board approve a stormwater credit manual to be administered by the Cobb County Water System, which shall become effective June 1st, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 3-2 with Commissioners Burrow and Gamble in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go to the DOT tab.
I'm back.
It is.
Good evening. DOT has 7 items on the regular tab for your consideration this evening.
Yes, sir.
Our first item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners rescind approval of a contract with Advanced Road Construction LLC in an amount not to exceed $283,825 for 2026 resurfacing, ADA ramp upgrades west, project number B2928. Approve a contract with the second lowest bidder, Advanced Sports Construction LLC, in an amount not to exceed $301,900 for said project. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gamble.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners rescind approval of a contract with Advanced Road Construction LLC in an amount not to exceed $138,871 for drainage system repairs on North Elizabeth Lane, project number B22169. Approve a contract with the second lowest bidder, D&H Construction Company Incorporated, in an amount not to exceed $155,054.25 for said project. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Allen.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of a local maintenance and improvement grant program application for FY26 to the Georgia Department of Transportation for resurfacing of county-maintained roads, project number B2926. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a utility relocation agreement with Georgia Power Company in an amount not to exceed $96,068 for preliminary engineering and relocation of facilities on Holly Springs Road at Sandy Plains Road, project number B2313. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a utility relocation agreement with Georgia Power Company in an amount not to exceed $38,597 for preliminary engineering and relocation of facilities on Pete Shaw Road sidewalk, project number B2732. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve supplemental agreement number 2 to the consultant services agreement with Calix Engineers and Consultants doing business as NV5 Engineers and Consultants Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $600,684.38 for additional engineering services of Old 41 Highway Phase 2, project number X2609. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gamble.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And our final item this evening is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize procurement of traffic signal controllers and central processing units in an amount not to exceed $98,000 for utilizing available state contracts for traffic signal timing SCATS controllers, project number B2562, and further authorize a corresponding budget transaction.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That now takes us to our second public comment.
J.T. Jackson.
Wow. Now this is commitment. Oh, my goodness. Deserve an award.
First, I want to thank the board for their diligence and attention to the matter of our sewage infrastructure. I know that.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
You've got to tell us your name.
Oh, sorry,
That's
JT
okay.
Jackson.
That's late.
And yes, thank you for your attention to the matter of sewage infrastructure. I'm sure that was not easy to sit through, like over 3 hours, it seemed like, of conversation. But speaking of infrastructure, a lady during the comments on the sewage infrastructure mentioned her time waiting at a bus stop. Ultimately, she didn't get picked up by Cobb Link. Luckily, there were police officers there to help her get to this meeting tonight. Just keeping in mind, you know, the purpose of Cobb Link should be trips exactly like that. When citizens need to get somewhere within the county, they can rely on that service. And I think one thing that could really help that lady with her situation would be the implementation of the microtransit in that Kennesaw area. I took a moment to speak with her. The route that was giving her issue was Route 40, a route that could also use additional frequency, something that is common on Cobb Link. Many of our fixed routes could use additional frequency on both the weekdays and weekends, especially on the weekends. Especially the way the county's growing, that is something we really need to be considering. An additional piece of transit infrastructure that we need to start considering is commuter rail. I know last Board of Commissioners meetings, I came up here and advocated for a MARTA referendum. I think MARTA could definitely play a role in commuter rail in the county. But even solutions through GDOT, standing up a state-sponsored regional rail like our neighbors to the north in Tennessee, Texas, North Carolina do, could go such a long way in giving people mobility within the county outside of needing that automobile, their personal vehicle. And I think we are really at a tipping point of needing to consider that. The last thing I want to do is put a little plug out for Stuff-A-Bus 2025. So Stuff-A-Bus is a charity Christmas event that Cobb Link participates in to get some Christmas joy to, you know, some kids that could use it. There's still businesses that are needed to be drop-off sites. New unwrapped items can be taken to IAM Lodge 709 at 1032 South Marietta Parkway, December 16th through 18th. We're still in need of Legos, RC toys, educational toys, and sports equipment. So if you're in a position to donate or volunteer, I know kids would really appreciate it. I did growing up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and please help us in emailing us that information for that tour drive. Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, that now takes us to our appointment tab. Commissioner Allen, the first one is, both of them are for you. The first one is an announcement.
Yep. To announce the appointment of Tanisha Horton to the Transit System Advisory Board.
Okay.
And to approve the appointment of Lisa Castleberry to the Cemetery Preservation Commission.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion?
Second all appointment.
Call the question. The motion carries. That's 5-0. I got you. That now takes us to the Commissioner's public address, and we'll begin with Commissioner Gambrell once the items are on the screen.
Happy Thanksgiving.
We might all have to just say happy Thanksgiving.
We'll see who has the best graphic for Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Drive safe, be with family, friends, and we'll see you after the holiday.
All right, thank
I have to
you.
have some, I know. Sorry, y'all. You timing me? Okay, our new police chief, we're having a, uh-oh, you got the wrong. Join me for a meet and greet for our new police chief, Dan Farrell, on Thursday, December 4th, 4:30 to 6 p.m. at Cobb, the new Cobb Police Precinct 6. We'll also have tours, come and meet and have conversation with Chief Farrell. Wreaths Across America is coming up, and we want to have every grave at the Marietta National Cemetery with a wreath on it to remember our loved ones that have passed away for our country. And you can scan the QR code. There's flyers in the back to donate. And a portion of the donations will go to the Cobb Veterans Memorial Foundation. Happy Thanksgiving. Cobb County government offices will be closed next Thursday and Friday, the 28th and 29th. Hope you all have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and I am grateful that this meeting is over.
It's not over yet because
After you.
I'm running up to my full 3 minutes. All right, we've been here for what, almost
Go ahead.
Almost 6 hours and 3 minutes is going to kill everyone? Okay. The inaugural Project Golden Leaf was an incredible success. Last Friday, District 4 volunteers, staff, Keep Cobb Beautiful appointee Barry Krebs, and KSU students came together to beautify the yards of our senior residents just in time for the holiday season. The day was filled with teamwork, joy, and inspiration. The event set the stage for a tradition that will grow each year, engaging more residents, students, and community partners in service, connection, and District 4 pride. A special thanks to Kimberly White and our partners at Keep Cobb Beautiful, Cobb Senior Services, and Mooyah Burgers for feeding the hungry volunteers. And speaking of Mooyah, congratulations to Keelan and Erica Mitchell, owners of Mooyah Burgers, for being recognized at Congresswoman Lucy McBath's inaugural Hometown Heroes Award ceremony this past Saturday. Let's celebrate and honor our hometown heroes by visiting Mooyah restaurant located at 1400 Veterans Memorial Highway in Mableton. Get ready to celebrate the holiday season's warmth, light, and community spirit. Join me this Saturday, November 22nd at the Maple House Lights the Night Holiday Extravaganza from 4 to 8 p.m. Cobb County offices will be closed on Thursday, November 27th, and Friday, November 28th. I hope your holiday is filled with joy and gratitude. Have a safe and wonderful Thanksgiving. See, that wasn't so bad, was it?
No, ma'am. Good job.
I see you looking at me, Gamble. And I cut some stuff out. I skipped over some stuff.
Thank you all for joining us this evening. We know it has been a long night. There's only one piece of information I want to share, that Cobb County was recognized as one of the top 5 places to live in the whole U.S. And yes, and so that is a wonderful accomplishment to our leaders, to our staff, our residents, and all of our stakeholders. With that, I hope you all have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we are now adjourned.